Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day two of the 2023 Trickett Regatta. I'd like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We are on this is the land of the Darug people of the Ara Nation. First races today are over 1,000 metres. We have a number of heats going through till about 11:20 before we head on to the finals for the rest of the afternoon. Racing continuing through to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So kicking things off with the men's C-grade quad sculls. And you can see on the screen at the moment those first heats getting ready at the start line. We've got a couple of heats, then a little bit of a break, and then we move on to the women's D single sculls and the men's C double sculls. So some few good racing coming along, and joining me in the commentary box is a man who's picked up more golds than Michael Phelps at an Olympics. It is Peter Waldersee. Good morning, Peter.
Morning, Stuart. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Well, let's hope for some more today. We'll see how we go. Yeah, look, this is going to be an exciting day of racing. I think we've got the men's C-grade quad coming up, as you've said, and a full event, lanes 1 through to 9, and the C-grade quad is a great race, a nice 1 kilometre sprint of a quad, which we all love to see. And we've got the University of New South Wales quad there on our screen, panning across, and it looks like it's going to be quite a good fun race to watch.
Yeah, it should be an excellent race. Lane 1, we've got ANU, Tim Artelaris, Alexander Migdalia, Sam Harrop, Max Stalker. Lane 2 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jackson Boyd, Austin Benny, Angus Scott, Alex Tomanovitz, as we just see our crews off there. Endeavour in lane 3, Peter Bauman, Gerard Corin, Matthew Patton, Tim Blomfields. Lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Garvin Hayes, Riley Elliott, Harrison Brathwaite, Jaden Peters. Lane 5 from Nepean, Oscar Parsons, Angus George, Luca Bazzina, Hugh Harold. Lane 6 from University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge, Jago Lambert, Daniel Morris, Harry O'Donnell. Lane 7 from Black Mountain, Mark Partridge, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell and Ian Mongan. Lane 8 from Shoalhaven, Oliver Radich, Chris Turner, Andres Medinas, Joseph Basher. And then lane 9 from Glebe, Carter Clifton, Henry Leaf, Andy Wigan and Ben Nagapa.
Yeah, and a great view here we have on the Bont Rowing live stream, which is a bit of a new addition, isn't it, Stuart? But it looks like they've got a really nice view from the umpire's boat. They must have a camera in there. It gives us a good idea of what the rowers, I guess, are experiencing. It all looks a little bit more chaotic there from the umpire's boat, which is a good representation, because you see sometimes on TV when you're watching rowing, it's quite refined. But definitely here we can see it looks like it's a little bit, just a little bit frantic, I guess, which is I guess how it should be. But at the moment, Stuart, what do you reckon? It looks like it might be that crew in lane 4, I believe, which would be the Canberra 3 crew, which looks like they're doing quite well.
Yeah, Canberra 3 doing well, and then a couple over from them. You've got the University of New South Wales. The Black Mountain crew, probably a little bit off the pace compared to what I'd expect. We saw Ian Mongan win the C-grade singles yesterday, so that crew quite quick. So first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. Also over here in lane 9, closest to us, the Glebe Rowing Club crew, also looking quite good. So that's, and then we've got Canberra 2 now just starting to make a little bit of move in lane 2, and then ANU over in lane number 1. So a really exciting race coming up here, Peter, as they're coming up now towards the last 250 metres.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we can see as well the Glebe crew on this near side, my apologies, look like they're really having a good fight here against that University of New South Wales crew in the middle, and they might just take it to them in the last 250 metres as they approach the red boys, which will be the 1K mark, 100 metre mark, my apologies, but they've really, you can see this 1K quad race, they're really jacking the rate. They've got a very high rate of striking, and it is quite a close race, so as we said before, very frantic.
So we've got here Canberra Rowing Club over in lane number 2, a couple across from them. The second Canberra Rowing Club crew then Nepean, University of New South Wales and Glebe. We've got top 4 going through to the finish. Canberra 2 in lane 2. They're out in front. They've got half a boat length over Canberra 3. Nepean, University of New South Wales. Glebe just dropping off the pace a little bit. Big push coming up here from ANU. It might be a little bit too late. It does look like it's going to be Canberra Rowing Club with 2 qualifiers. We've got Canberra 2 over in lane 2, finishing in first, second place going through to University of New South Wales. Then Nepean, Canberra 3 finishing just ahead of them. Glebe coming through in 5th, ANU in 6th, then back to Black Mountain, and then our last 2 to come across, Shoalhaven, and it looks to be Endeavour. So a very tight finish to kick things off. What a great way to start the second day's racing.
Let's hope for more of that. That was fantastic. We got 0.91, 0.62, 0.29 seconds all within each other in those qualifying spots. So again, we have the men's C-grade quad scull. That was a heat. So we have 1 through to 4 will qualify for the final, and the rest will be eliminated. So we do have the second heat coming up the field soon, and they have the same qualifying progression, 1 through to 4 being through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. But yeah, fantastic racing there for heat 1, race 1 of the Sunday. So let's hope for more of that.
3 minutes 14.55, so a very quick time going down for a 1,000-metre quad race. Second heat is just about, it is underway. So lane 1, we have Endeavour, Owen Redhead, Alex Bruton, Christopher Bomini, David Percival. Lane 2 from Drummoyne, Mackenzie Shepherd, David Doust, Nathaniel Lawson, Lucian John. Lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Tom Trobe, Thomas Wynn, Eamon Burke, Nicholas Latimer. Lane 4 from Black Mountain, Harry Bodman, Alistair Bridgewater, Ben Ricard, Matthew Ricard. Lane 5 from St George, Callum Dunn, Lachlan Dunn, Tom Masterton and James Hunt. Lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns, Flynn Wilkinson, Scott Purves, Frederick Leroyd. Lane 7 from ANU, Ishan Shalakar, Jonathan Adams, Glenn Tautzman, Max Reardon. Lane 8 from University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball, Fraser Wilson, Jack Clements, Rosyth Johnston. And lane 9 from UTS, Sink Bosco, Matthew Robertson, Chris Thompson and Mitch Blackmore Cram.
Thanks, Stuart, and some great names there in this this race. We've got the fantastic James Hunt, JD from St George, a very, very lovely man. If you get the chance to have a chat to him, has been rowing for a number of years, so good to see him there, as well as a lot of other notable names. And it looks at the moment like that UTS crew is just getting edged out at the 500-metre mark. It looked like they were about a canvas behind, and I didn't quite catch who was ahead of them. But that crew, the UTS crew, Zink Bosco, Matthew Robinson, Chris Thompson and Mitch Blackmore Cram, been doing some good stuff, but we'll see.
That's a very quick crew.
That'll be a quick crew, some strong guys there. But look, they're getting edged out there by, I think it was...
So I think we're missing lane
NSW.
8, University of New South Wales. ANU, that's the men's lightweight crew from ANU. They're looking quite good there, sitting in second place at the moment, but they are going to get under pressure. We've got Black Mountain, we've got the University of New South Wales, and then also Canberra Rowing Club and Drummoyne. So again, we're up for another exciting finish here. We've got the first 4 going through to the final. We've got UTS potentially out in front, and then about 6 boats that are all coming in. We're into the last 100 metres or so, and it's going to be another fantastic finish. Who's got the energy left as they're coming up towards the finish? UTS, we're out in front. ANU are putting in a big push. We're seeing Black Mountain, University of New South Wales going hard as well, as is St George, Drummoyne, Canberra Rowing Club. Coming into the final stages, ANU just with their bow ball out in front. UTS have been putting in a big push. It's going to be UTS that'll go through and take the win in the heat. Second going to ANU, third to the University of New South Wales, fourth to Black Mountain, fifth going to St George, sixth to Canberra Rowing Club, seventh to Drummoyne, and then eighth to the crew from Endeavour. So not quite as close across the line there, but certainly some very quick times going through. The first heat went through in a 3 minutes 14.34, and the second heat there going through in a 3 minutes 15.17. So again, Peter, it's going to be a fantastic finish. One in the final later on, 1.13 seconds between UTS and ANU, 1.24 to third, and then 1.75 to Black Mountain in fourth place. There are our 4 qualifiers for the final of the men's C-grade quad sculls. So you'd have to be happy there, Peter, to see a lightweight crew.
Oh, I'm absolutely stoked. It's a fantastic event, the lightweight rowing, and to see them in a quad as well. You know, the lightweights, they're always row quads well. So It was some very good racing there, and some really good 1 kilometre racing, really intense stuff. So we do now move to a bit of a break where we've got just 10 minutes until the next women's D grade single scull race. So we'll probably just have to sit tight. But look, if those two races are anything to go off, I think we've got some good racing ahead of us. So we'll see how we go.
What a way to go. What a way to start. Don't forget that medal presentations for the finals will be on the presentation dais immediately after each final. Head with your boat to the presentation pontoon for the presentation of medals and trophies. The alphanumeric bow numbers will need to be returned to the finish tower once you've finished your race, so please return those. The Bont Rowing live stream. Bont Rowing is the live stream partner for the 2023 Edward Trickett Regatta. So head on to the Bont Rowing tent located behind the grandstand. It is triple points for the regatta today, so Bont Rowing is the sponsor of the Point Score Trophy. UTS out in front, and I think as of yesterday, Peter, I could see that there was 8 gold medals for UTS.
I think so. I did have a look at that. If I'm completely honest, it did look good for UTS. They were doing quite well. So we'll see if they extend that lead. I do know that the Masters Championships later on in the season will also be triple points, and UTS I don't think will have as strong of attendance at that. So it'll be interesting to see if UNSW and Leichhardt can make up some points there to try and pressure UTS for the lead.
You'll be in the Masters.
I will. They might force me into it, twist my arm. But I do love it out here at Cirque, out here racing. So I might have to.
All right. So we'll just take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back for the women's D grade single sculls. As we're getting ready for the start of racing in race number 48, it's heat 1 of the women's D-grade single sculls. So we've got first, second and third going through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. Lane 1 from Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall. Lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns. Lane 3 from the Australian National University, Talia McLaurin, coached by Edwin Behan. In lane 4 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Wendy Roncolato, coached by Robin Mackney. Lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. Lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Hayworth, coached by Chris Burns. Lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, coached by David Eddington. Lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, Sally Maspero. And lane 9 from Glebe Rowing Club, Cecile Ferrer, coached by Kenneth Major.
Yeah, thanks, Stuart. And there's some really good good names there as well. We've got Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club, who's been rowing for a number of years, as well as Wendy Roncolato from Drummoyne, also rowed for a number of years and had a bit of coaching there from, the name escapes me now, the sculler from New Zealand, not Mahe Drysdale. Anyway, a fantastic sculler from New Zealand. And so some tough competition there. So we'll see how we go as they line up on the start line now, I think.
They are off, so we're just seeing the,
Never mind.
just waiting on the footage to come as they come towards the 500 metre mark. But certainly so the D grades.
Someone's fallen in there, I think. The Leichhardt sculler is just getting back
No,
on
that
the boat.
is ANU.
It is ANU, correct. That's lane 3 ANU. Talia McLaurin.
Back in the boat.
Great work getting back in the boat. I don't think I could do that. That's very impressive.
I know I can't.
I can't. No, I can't. I can't. And luckily, I haven't fallen in it a bit, but I wouldn't want to test it. But it looks back in the main race like it might be even the
Glebe.
sculler here from Glebe. Yeah, I was going to say
Glebe
lane
over
9,
in
really
lane 9.
having a great crack at this race.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good regatta, the Glebe Rowing Club. They've had some good results, a few of the minor placings, and I think 1 gold from yesterday's racing. So certainly Cecile Ferrer from Glebe Rowing Club out in front at the moment, as we just see the footage from the BRO boat. And you can see there some of our final scullers coming across the 500 metre mark. Over on the far side, we've got Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club. We've seen her already win a silver in the para singles over 1,000 metres earlier yesterday. So she's not all that far off a qualification position. Up next to her, we've got the University of New South Wales, Annabelle King, Drummoyne's Wendy Roncolato, also doing quite well, just ahead of Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine and the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Hayworth. And then back a little bit off the pace, we've got Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose, Sally Maspero from Mossman, and Talia McLaurin from ANU.
Yeah, and again, this qualification is 1, 2, 3 progression. So the top 3 will go through, and the rest will be eliminated, which probably leads us to believe there's 3 heats, which there are. So we're looking for a top 3 placing here. This Glebe sculler, as we said, it looks like that she's got quite a good commanding lead on the race, and that is Celia Furr, coached by Kenneth Major. So she should take this one out. And again, Bronte Marshall on the far side there from Community Rowing Club looks like she might be in 2nd place at the current standing. Again, we'll have a bit of a better picture as they come through the finish line. But again, that 1, 2, 3 progression is what we're looking at. So that's the all-important spot, and we might see that some scullers either take the rate down a little bit if they're coming first, or might really try and jack the rate back up if they're coming 4th. So I think at this point it's Wendy Roncolato just trying to challenge that University of New South Wales sculler Annabelle Singh for that all-important 3rd place. But I think Annabelle looks like she might just have a bit of a lead there on Wendy.
Yeah, but they've just pushing up a little bit here. It does look like Cecile Ferrer from Glebe a little bit behind. Bronte Marshall has been absolutely flying throughout this race, and it is in fact going to be Bronte Marshall who'll go through and take the heat win for Community Rowing Club. 2nd place will go to the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh. 3rd going to Cecile Ferrer from Glebe Rowing Club, with 4th going to the Drummoyne sculler Wendy Roncolato. 5th coming through now will be lane number 6, Annabelle Hayworth from the University of New South Wales. She'll finish ahead of Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further, we've got Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven, Sally Maspero from Mossman, and then Talia McLaurin from ANU. So you can just see Talia now, obviously a little bit of a mishap earlier on, so she's just coming past the 500 now. So they're just holding the start for the second heat to ensure that she's able to get across the line.
Yeah, and very admirable there from Talia, able to get back in her boat and keep this race going, which is very impressive. It's quite a good skill to be able to do. So very good from her.
As we just see Sally Maspero from Mossman Rowing Club crossing over the line. But a good row there from Bronzy Marshall. As we said, we've already seen her win a silver medal in the para 1,000 metre race yesterday, and absolutely did not let the pressure off the entire row.
No, she really went for it, and even in that last 100 metres, we saw her just jacking the rate, getting that all-important first spot. So great there from Bronzy Marshall. As we have the second heat now lining up, which they will probably hold them just for a little bit, but we'll read their names out before they go. So the women's D-grade single scull heat 2 in lane 1 from ANU, we have Erin Chadburn. In lane 2 from Mossman, we have Jem Lambert. In lane 3 from Community Rowing Club, Lauren Webber. In lane 4 from Nepean, we have Palmina Grady. In lane 5 from Newcastle, Asha Olsen. In lane 6 from Glebe, Jenny McCohen. In lane 7 from UNSW, Adelaide Webster. In lane 8 from Drummoyne, Julia Story. And in lane 9 from Black Mountains, we have Jane Reynolds. So it looks like they're underway at this point, 13 seconds into this race. That Newcastle Rowing Club sculler, Asha Olsen, had a flying start there, so we'll see if she's able to retain that. Again, it's a 1 kilometre race, so the start is quite important. It doesn't give you a lot of time to reel back if you're a little bit behind on the start.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just seeing Talia McLaurin after falling in. She's coming up towards the finish line now. Only a few strokes left to go, so she'll cross over and finish up the race there for the first heat of the women's D-grade single sculls. So the second heat, as mentioned, is underway. Erin Chadburn from ANU. She was actually from I think her and Talia are both from Wangaratta down in Victoria. So they both learned to row at ANU. Erin's been rowing since October.
All right.
And is now in a single scull rowing at Cirque. So not a bad little way to start your career.
That's a very good trajectory. Yeah, that's very impressive. So this would probably be quite intimidating for her, but it sounds like she's doing good stuff if she's made that sort of improvement in that little time.
So then we've a couple of other para rowers in there. We've got Julia Story, who won the gold in the 1,000 metre para from Drummoyne Rowing Club. She's over in lane 8, also represented New South Wales in the interstate regatta this year at the National Championships over in Perth. Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club in lane number 3 as well. So a couple of people there that very well credentialed in the para rowing space, rowing in the women's D-grade single sculls.
Yeah, she did. And Julia, the very lovely bow number lady that gives us our bow numbers before every race. So we've all probably had good chats to Julia around the boat park. And it looks like she's really doing a great job here in the women's D-grade single. But it looks at this point like, is that the Newcastle sculler? It is. It just through the 1,500 has about
Asha
a
Olsen.
length lead. Yep, a length lead on Drummoyne's Julia Story. So again, great from Julia, pressuring for that top 3 position. And they will progress through to race 69, the final of the women's D-grade single scull, if they're to keep this placing.
So one more heat of the women's D single sculls to come, and then we'll move across to the men's C double sculls. So that'll be back over 1,000 metres again. So should be some good racing coming up. We've seen some really close racing throughout this regatta. It's probably been the most even of all the regattas that I've seen up here for a very long time.
We have, which is a really good sign. It's really nice to see this sort of close racing. You don't want to come to Cirque and see, 100 metres between each crew. You really want to see the athletes fighting for each position. You want to see some close, tight racing, and it really builds better athletes and better races. So it's very, very positive to see that sort of stuff. And even in this race here, we've got that Newcastle sculler with a length lead at the 500, but really being pushed by Julia Story, and Julia Story there being pushed by that Black Mountain sculler, I believe, in
Jane
lane
Reynolds,
9,
yeah,
Jane Reynolds, yeah. So fantastic to watch, for that top 3 position. We've got some very competitive athletes here, even in a heat, just making all rowers work right to the end.
Adelaide Webster from University of New South Wales just sitting in 4th place, just ahead of Palmina Grady from Nepean Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further, Jen Lambert from Mossman ahead of Erin Chadburn from ANU, and then back again to Lauren Webber from Community, and then Gleb's Jenny McCowan, I believe, making up our field there. So into the Red Boys now, Asher Olsen. We saw her have a fantastic start off the line, and that has absolutely set her up for a strong finish here. So she has been leading from the start, under a bit of pressure now from Julia Story. We know that she can pull an oar. She has been selected for the Virtus Global Games over in Vichy, France, which will be later on this year. And Julia is not letting up, and I think Julia might just have a bow ball out in front as they're coming up towards the finish line. It will be another heat win for the Paras, so Julia Story will come through and take the heat win in the women's D single sculls. She'll finish in 1st place. Asher Olsen from Newcastle coming through in 2nd, and then a
blanket finish
finish here for 3rd, but it will be over in lane number 2, I believe it is. So the Mossman sculler, Jen Lambert, coming through in 3rd place to qualify for the final. A fantastic finish there. So we'll wait for the official photo on that one. Just crossing the line now is Erin Chadburn from ANU ahead of Community's Lauren Webber, and then back a little bit further to Gleb's Jenny McCowan to make up our field. So not a lot between our 3 scullers there, so we're just getting the confirmation. We've got Julia Story, Asher Olsen and Jen Lambert, and then we're just waiting on the confirmation of 4th, 5th and 6th. So it certainly wasn't Lauren Webber and Jenny McCowan, so they're just missing off a few people on that one. So we'll update everyone with the final positions as they come to hand, as we just see our 3rd heat for the Women's D single sculls underway. Lane 1 from Mossman Rowing Club, Christine Foxton. Lane 2 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Caroline Vernon, coached by Robin Mackney. Lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Belindy Rowe. Lane 4 from Glebe, Anne Skilton. Lane 5 from ANU, Caitlin Grant, coached by Edwin Behan. Lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning, coached by Chris Burns. Lane 7 from Nepean Rowing Club, Maya Edwards, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 8 from St Paul's Grammar, Elizabeth Drayton, coached by Darryl Young. And Lane 9 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Charlotte Holford, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders.
Yeah, thanks, Stuart. And again, some great racing in that previous race there. It's always good to hear one horn over the finish line and have 4 rowers for that one horn. You know, it really means we've got some close racing happening. So hopefully we get the same sort of thing in this heat 3 of the women's D-grade single scull. And as you said, we've got some very very distinguished rowers here. We've got some great coaching staff, including John McLeod, I believe the dad of Hugh McLeod from Newcastle. Hugh McLeod, a Penrith Cup and under-23 rower from back in the day. Daniel Waddell as well, another Penrith Cup rower. Some really very distinguished names. Robin Mackney, of course, has been a staple at the boat park for years and years.
So just confirmation of those results from Heat 2 there, Peter. So we've got Julia Story had the win, Asher Olsen 2nd, Jen Lambert in 3rd. 0.75 seconds, just missing out, Adelaide Webster from the University of New South Wales. Then 0.23 of a second behind her was Palmina Grady from Nepean. Jane Reynolds, 0.56 of a second behind her. So the gap between the final qualification position and 6th place was a second and a half.
That's fantastic.
That's absolutely nothing in between them. So this has really been some fantastic racing to start off the day. And I'll tell you what, if we weren't awake before, we certainly are now with some of these ones.
Yeah, 100%. These 1 kilometre races. And I just had a quick look there as they went through the 500 metres. And it looks like it's going to be a very, very similar story here in the last women's D-grade single scull heat. So it looked there like there was a real blanket finish across the top 3 here in this heat. So from the absolutely adrenaline rush women's D-grade single scull heat 2, we're running into the similarly adrenaline rushed women's D-grade single scull heat 3. So again, a 1-2-3 progression rate. It did look like the top 3 there, perhaps even the top 4, are pretty much a dead heat at this point.
Yeah, Charlotte Holford from Newcastle over in lane number 9. Then we've got Gleb's Anne Skilton, Gleb's Belindy Rowe, Drummoyne's Caroline Vernon, Christine Foxton from Mossman, not entirely off the pace. And then we're back a little bit further. We've got another group of 4. So ANU's Caitlin Grant, Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales, Maya Edwards from Nepean, and St Paul's Grammar's Elizabeth Drayton, all battling it out for those final placings. I was mentioned before that Talia and Erin are both from Wangaratta. Caitlin's from Seymour in regional Victoria. So
There you go.
apparently there's a rich vein of rowers from regional Victoria that's moving up to Canberra to come up to the big smoke.
Yeah, oh, good on them. It looks like they're doing a great job of it. And Victoria's, as much as it pains me to say it, a state that, oh, we've had a bit of a crab there.
It's
And,
a couple of crabs there so Charlotte Holford from Newcastle Rowing Club, just going out towards the boys a little bit, and it may well affect her chances of qualification. She's really going to have to put the foot to the floor. We've got Glebes and Skilton leading Belindy Rowe and Carolyn Vernon from Drummoyne. There are 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Here comes Charlotte Holford. She had a little bit of a crab. Is she able to push through and get up? She had a nice little lead before the incident, and now she's really starting to fly. They're pulling away from Christine Foxton from Mossman, so it is now between Drummoyne and Newcastle for that final qualification position, and Charlotte Holford is absolutely motoring. It's going to be a win in the heat for Anne Skilton. She'll go through and take the heat win. And then second place will just go to Charlotte Holford ahead of Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club. So there are qualifiers for the final. Drummoyne's Caroline Vernon just missing out. And then Christine Foxon from Mossman finishing in 5th place. A fantastic row here from Caitlin Grant from ANU. She'll come through in 6th place. Plenty of clear water between herself and the chasing pack. So we've got another blanket finish coming up here. And it is going to be almost 6, 7, 8 coming through in 7, 8th and 9th. So Georgina Browning, Maya Edwards and Elizabeth Drayton. So we'll wait on the final confirmation of those results there, because those last two in particular were very, very close across the line. But Charlotte Holford, we saw her have a little bit of a crab, go towards the boys, and then absolutely made up some ground, and in the end qualified quite comfortably.
yeah, really, really good racing there. And it looks like it might just be a little bit of boat issues there from one of the athletes just over the line, but some really, really good racing, some really competitive rowing. So fantastic to see, and it looks like, as you said, Stuart, there we've got our 1, 2, 3 finish, and they will be our qualifiers.
So a little bit of break in the program now. Our next race will be at 9:05 with the men's C grade double sculls. As we just see crews lining up for heat number 1 of the men's C-grade double sculls. So we've got a full complement in this race. So first, second and third going through to the final. Lane 1 from the University of New South Wales, Jago Lambert and Fraser Wilson, coached by Cameron Butler. Lane 2 from Nepean Rowing Club, Oscar Parsons and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 3 from ANU, Caleb Lloyd and Michael Keating, coached by Deanne Grant and William Hatcher. Lane 4 from St George, Byron Matheson and Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston. In Lane 5 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Chris Keats and John Olsen. Lane 6, it's a brotherly combination from Black Mountain, Matthew and Ben Ricard. Lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Nicholas Scopel and Damien Rand. They're coached by Jeff Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In Lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball and Harry O'Donnell, coached by Cameron Butler. And Lane 9 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. And you can see that Lake Macquarie crew sitting very strong at attention, waiting for the starters' orders in heat number 1 of the men's C-grade double sculls.
Yeah, and these 1K races, they don't have boat holders, so they're just trying to get that line as best they can on the Bont Rowing live stream there, and they've done a pretty good job.
So our crew's now underway in heat number 1 of the men's C-grade double sculls. So a few good crews in this one, as you'd expect. The ANU crew, Caleb Lloyd and Michael Keating, both those guys from Marist College down in Canberra, making the move up to university sculling. And then we've got, so out in front at the moment, it does look to be lane number 4, St George, as well as Newcastle. Our 2 leading crews as we see them coming up towards the 1500. Great view there again from the cameras on the front of the BRO boat. So you can see that black, looks to be Black Mountain with the red oars.
Yeah, a really nice addition, those cameras, aren't they? They give you a really good idea of what's going on the ground. We saw the introduction of those sort of overhead cameras, I guess, probably in the 2012 Olympics, and they were good, but they didn't really give a really good idea of what the athlete goes through. And these are fantastic. You can see how they're rowing. You know, it's almost like a coach filming. You really get a good idea of how the boat's moving. Even in that double there, we saw just a small disconnect to the blades, and very common in the double, but get a good, very real, very cruel description of how everyone's going, I guess. But it looks here like it is going to be very close between these top 3 crews. That's, I believe, NSW.
ANU and Black Mountain, our leading 3 crews. So first, second and third going through to the final. But certainly none of our crews really out of it at the moment.
No, definitely all to play for. I think the minor placings there, 4th through to 8th there, were quite close. So any of those scullers could have a good push in this last 500 metres, especially over the 1K races.
Well, the temptation's there, isn't it, Peter, to really push hard through the first 500. You go, it's only 1,000 metres, so you push hard, and then all of a sudden you find yourself with 250 to go and absolutely nothing left to give.
Yeah, and you approach it like a 750, 500 metre race and just sort of do what you can to try and get in everyone's heads. It's a unique sport where you're facing backwards, so you can't really see if someone ahead of you has died until you're up with them. So there's definitely a lot to be said for just going out hard and winning to the 500 metre mark.
And then just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, yep, 100%. And it looks like it, at this point, it looks like University of New South Wales might have just extended that lead a little bit.
Yeah, University of New South Wales, ANU and Black Mountain, our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. University of New South Wales, lane 1, also starting to put on a little bit of a push, as are Newcastle in lane number 5. as they're coming now into the last 250. So our first three just separating themselves, about a boat length between them. We're seeing a push come here, though, from Nepean over in lane number 2. So the ANU guys will need to start to put a bit of a push. As I mentioned, they were schoolboy rowers together, so they are looking quite comfortable. I mean, the conditions are absolutely glassy here at the moment.
Yeah,
University of New South Wales out in front. Black Mountain sitting in second, ANU in third. As they come up towards the finish line, that will be the order. So Anthony Ball, Harry O'Donnell beating out Matthew and Ben Ricard, with ANU coming through in third, Caleb Lloyd and Michael Keating. And then we've got Lake Macquarie and Nepean finishing behind them. Newcastle and University of New South Wales very close as well, so we'll wait for final confirmation on that. Then back to St George and Canberra Rowing Club. Winning time there in the first heat of the men's C-grade double sculls, 3 minutes 36.85.
Yeah, and just in the last area of that race there, it looked like Nepean might have just had a little bit of steering issues as they just approached up to the scullers here in lane 3. But that does bring us to, I believe, heat 2 now of the men's C-grade double scull. They are now underway. They're a few seconds into their race. So heat 2, we have in lane 1, Glebe, Carter Clifton and Kim Mackney. In lane 2, ANU, Ishan Shalika and Jonathan Adams, my apologies. Leichhardt, we have Dylan Lee and Michael Hugh. Canberra, we have Riley Elliott and Jaden Peters. From St George, we have Alan Robertson and Ayrton Granger Ramos. In lane 6 from Shellhaven, we have Chris Turner and Joseph Basher. In lane 7 from Nepean, we have Dhruv Patel and Alex Vella. In lane 8 from Black Mountain, we have Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan. And finally, in lane 9 from UTS, we have Benjamin Geist and Chris Thompson. Now, there might be a scratching here from, or a medical substitution rather, from Chris Thompson. I know he wasn't doing too crash hot yesterday, so we'll see whether he's recovered overnight. He was looking a bit worse for wear there, and it looks like he's been replaced there by B. Fairbrother. So we'll see how that goes. So Ben Fairbrother is there for Chris Thompson.
It's coming down now towards the 1,500 metres, and again, some really close racing going on here. We've got the Lighty double of Ishan Shalika and Jono Adams over in lane 2. That are looking quite good, as are the crew in lane number 4, so Riley Elliott and Jaden Peters. Alan Robertson and Ayrton Granger Ramos from St George also doing quite well. And in fact, St George may just have themselves a little bit of a head, ANU and then Canberra Rowing Club and Leichhardt sitting in those places. And also over here on the closer side to the grandstand, Black Mountain, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan, and then Ben Geist and Ben Fairbrother from UTS as well. So again, throw a blanket over these ones, Peter, because I don't think we're going to be able to relax for a single moment here in these heats, because they are looking quite close. We've got 4, maybe 5 crews, all with a very good chance of qualifying for the final in the men's C-grade double sculls. And I don't know that I'd put my house on any of them at the moment.
No, it's tight as anything, isn't it? It's absolutely nothing in it, especially the first 4. And again, a top 3 progression rate, so it's really all to play for. That UTS crew on the far side, and the great bit about this is that you've got people on different sides of the course, so you'll have people looking around, a lot of different complexities and different variables in these races. But it looks at this point like it might be those crews on the far side there. Definitely ANU, I believe it is, leading this race with St George and maybe Leichhardt behind them. But Black Mountain and UTS on this side really coming home strong. So we'll see how we go there. At this point, I think it might be ANU, St George, Black Mountain, and just UTS in 4th place. But UTS raising their rate of striking with Black Mountain on this near side, trying to get past. But it looks like St George is doing the same thing, and St George will take this race out.
St George are coming through, and ANU are going to miss out. So it's going to be St George, Black Mountain, UTS, ANU, and then Leichhardt. So ANU there was a big finish there from both Black Mountain and UTS to go through to the final. And that, again, really very close. So St George taking the win, Black Mountain in 2nd, UTS 3rd, ANU in 4th, then Leichhardt, Canberra Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further to lane number 6, which was Shoalhaven, then Nepean and Glebe making up our field there. So what you were talking about there, Peter, it looked like ANU were sitting comfortably, but the big push came from Black Mountain and UTS in lanes 8 and 9. ANU were over in lane 2, and I don't know that they were alert to the danger coming across from the closer side to the grandstand, other side of the course to them.
I think you're right there. I agree, and it looks like, looking at the margins there, it was photo finish between the top two, and then UTS 0.29 seconds. I believe that might be around, I think St George would be first, and then a photo probably between second and third. We have the official results there. It's St George in first place, second place Black Mountain, UTS 0.12 of a second behind for third place, fourth place ANU just narrowly missing out by 0.85 seconds. And Stuart, I think you're right. I think they might have just not quite been alert to the danger, being on the far side there, not been alert to the push being made by UTS and Black Mountain. So really good racing there. That's very technical stuff.
Yeah, look, and that's second and a half between first and fourth, so absolutely nothing in it.
Yeah, 100%. And again, that's the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. So, as you said, nothing in it. Really close racing, and it has been all morning, hasn't it, Stuart? So
we haven't had a chance to ease up. It's a good thing we've had the breaks in the program
Yeah.
because otherwise it'd be a little bit
exactly.
tongue-tied.
I would have fallen asleep by now. I think otherwise it's absolutely taken the regatta by storm, which is great. As we move into Heat 3 of the men's C grade double scull. Now, Heat 3 again is a 1-2-3 progression rate, and they will race at race 73 later on in the day. Lane 1 from University of New South Wales, we have Zach Partridge and Scott Purves. In Lane 2 from Black Mountain, we have Jeff Howell and Henry Bridgewater. Henry Bridgewater's been racing quite a lot this regatta. From Lane 3 from Canberra, we have Thomas Wynn and Eamon Burke. From Lane 4 from Leichhardt, we have Richard Medway and Adam Weinberg. We have a scratching from Lane 5 from University of New South Wales. From Lane 6 from Nepean, we have Angus George and Luca Bazina. From Lane 7 from ANU, we have Max Reardon and Klim Toostman. From Lane 8 from Canberra, we have Jackson Boyd and Alex Timonovich. And finally, from Black Mountain, we have Harry Bodman and Alistair Bridgewater.
And I can confirm for you that a couple of those crews, Lane 7 and 8, both Lighty doubles. So Max Reardon and Klim Tautzman, and then Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club in our field there. So again, we're just seeing the Black Mountain crew, Harry Bodman and Alistair Bridgewater, it looks like, from the BRO boat that's going down the course at the moment. So again, not a lot to pick between our leading crews. It certainly looks like Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club. Getting a little bit close, actually, to the ANU crew are getting a little bit close to Canberra there. Max Reardon and Klim Tautzman. And then over on the far side, we've got lane number 3, Thomas Wynn and Eamon Burke. So CRC looking very good through the first 500 metres to be able to get a couple of qualifiers in there. ANU looking to break that up a little bit. Always a good rivalry between the Canberra clubs. So certainly they'll be looking to try and get some bragging rights at this last stage of the 2022-2023 season.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like there was a very good close race there for the first couple of placings, as we've seen the whole day. So so hopefully we get another good finish similar to the one before. We have some great athletes here. With the name Richard Medway popped out, the father of the great James Medway, a Australian representative and Harvard graduate back in 2015, I believe. A great rower, great man to row with. So Richard Medway there will hopefully take after his son and have a good fight here in the last section of this race. But it looks at this point, Stuart, like it might be that crew from Canberra, I believe,
Yeah, 2 crews from Canberra out in front at the moment. We've got, I can count at least 5 crews that are in with a chance of qualifying through. They're heading up towards the Red Boys. It's Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz leading Thomas Wynn and Eamon Burke into the last stages. And then it's ANU, Max Reardon, Klim Tautzman. And then we've got Nepean, Angus George and Luca Bazinga. And over on lane number 1 at University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge and Scott Purves. Into the final stages now. It's CRC 1 and 2. Who's going to take the final qualification position or who can pinch it? We're seeing a big push coming here from all of our crews. Nepean starting to row through quite well. They're catching up to CRC in lane number 8. Have they got enough or will they run out of course? It's CRC, Wynn and Burke in lane number 3. They're out in front. Boyd and Tomanovic sitting in second place. ANU and Nepean battling it out for the final qualification position. As they come across the line, it will be CRC 1 and 2, ANU in third place, just ahead of Nepean to qualify for the finals. University of New South Wales in lane number 1 coming through in 5th, ahead of Leichhardt in 6th, and then Black Mountain in 7th, and then the other Black Mountain crew in lane number 2 in 8th. So again, a strong finish there, but the Canberra Rowing Club guys will be stoked with that. A win for Thomas Wynn and Eamon Burke, second to Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovic, which third going through to Max Reardon and Clem Soutzman from ANU. Winning time there of, it was 3 minutes 37.09. So again, some really close racing going on there. And in fact, it was... we'll need to just wait on the confirmation there, because it does have, so the results that we have up at the moment are saying nothing for lane 8 Canberra Rowing Club, but we'll wait on the official results on that one, because they certainly came through in second place.
Yeah, I don't think that Nepean crew were quite into the qualifying position. They're down there as third, but I think they might unfortunately be fourth, and I think the Canberra crew might have just gotten them, mightn't they? But very, very good from Canberra, and a very good regatta from Canberra. They've been doing fantastic work in this regatta. We do, I think, Stuart, move to a bit of a break now.
Another break in the program. It's a chance to
probably good.
Relax.
Probably good for us.
Chill out for a wee bit. So our next race will be the men's C-grade coxless pair. So we'll see a number of those rowers coming back down the course a little bit later on. So the next race will be at 10:10. Just a reminder that it is triple points. The Bont Rowing point score standings as of March 29, 2023. So UTS out in the lead. And as mentioned earlier, they've been getting more golds than a minor. They're sitting out in front before yesterday's racing, so you would expect that lead to extend. But it's also triple points. The New South Wales Masters Championships coming up soon as well. So a chance for the other crews to be able to make their way through. Bont Rowing, the sponsors of the Point Score Trophy, and also our live stream partner for this regatta. So make sure you go out and check out the Bont Rowing tent up behind the grandstand. A reminder too to return your bow numbers to the finish tower after your race, and when it is finals time, that the presentations will take place at the pontoon in front of the grandstand immediately after each final.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We return back from racing. I am Peter Waldersey, joined in the commentary tower today by the fantastic Michael McRae. We now come into race number 56, the men's C grade coxless pair, heat 1. We have a progression rate here of 1, 2, 3, 4, with only 5 crews in the race. So in lane 3 from University of New South Wales, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield, not to be confused with Henry Lees. In lane 4 from ANU, we have Max Reardon and Clem Tootsman. In lane 5 from St George, we have Tom Masterson and the great James Hunt. In lane 6 from UTS, we have Benjamin Gay and Tal Lewis. And in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, we have Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd.
Thank you, Peter. Fantastic conditions for racing this morning. The wind has died right down, and athletes being treated to some spectacular conditions out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. The C-grade coxless pair coming up to the 500-metre mark, and it looks as though that UTS Haberfield crew of Benjamin Gay and Tal Lewis, coached by Elliot Shadecloth Burtonetti, is going head-to-head now with this ANU crew in lane 4.
Yeah, really, some good rowing from them, isn't it? They're just getting that blade in nice and together, and it looks like they've just got that that real technical discipline of the coxless pair down packed, and Benjamin Gay, a real technician in stroke seat. So good to see him just churning through the field, and it looks like they've got probably a length lead over the rest of the field. That'll be St George in second place, I believe, at this point, and that's the fantastic James Hunt, not to be confused with the Formula One driver, but very quick all the same. And James Hunt, a great man to have around your shed, very good clubman, very good man. And lane 7 there in third place, that is Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd, followed there by lane 3, University of New South Wales, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield.
Well, just a couple of dirty strokes by that UTS Haberfield boat out in the lead, but still not surrendering that lead to the Lake Macquarie crew, I think in second, was it?
Yep, I think
the
so.
ANU crew, I'm sorry.
And Michael, I have some good news for you there. I think that ANU crew is a no start, which means we have a full line of progression. If we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression, and 1, 2, 3, 4 crews in the race, then it looks to me like all crews will progress. So this is a little bit of a row over, but it'll be a good idea to gauge what crews are running at what different speeds. And it looks like that St George crew is just pressuring the UTS crew now as they bring the rate up just a little bit. But they might have just figured out a little bit of technical glitches, and really giving Benjamin Gay a good bit of pressure, along with Trowell Lewis. As they come through to the last 150 metres of this race, they will see the red boys coming up soon, which will indicate 100 metres to go.
Well, as you alluded to just before, Pete, that St George pair is looking pretty dangerous as well, and they're putting this UTS boat under a bit of duress as they come into the final 100 metres. As you say, it might be much of a muchness as all 4 crews look poised to progress through to the final in race 80, following the withdrawal, or the withdrawal, I should say, of the ANU boat in lane 4. But looks as though it's going to go the way of UTS. They're going to take the win. Benjamin Gase and Tal Lewis. Some pretty clean rowing just to finish off this race. To win for UTS Haberfield. Second place goes to St George Rowing Club, lane 5.
And Benjamin Gay just really celebrating like a winner. Lane 7 there from Lake Macquarie coming in third place, and finalising our qualifiers, lane 3, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield from University of New South Wales.
So race 57 is just assembling down on the starting blocks, down at 1,000 metres. It's race 57, the second heat of the men's C-grade coxless pair. The progression, likewise, is 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. So there's 5 crews, so 1 crew will miss out. So in lane 3, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tejan and Kenneth Major. In lane 4, from Canberra Rowing Club, Tom Trobe and Nicholas Latimer, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 5, from North Shore Rowing Club, is Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6 from Newcastle Rowing Club is Chris Keats and Remy Keats. And finally in lane 7 from the Australian National University is Caleb Lloyd and Samuel Imperial, coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. We should have a start in this race in just a short moment, and the starter is doing a very good job in terms of lining the boats up in a very straight and orderly fashion. So race 57 underway here, Pete. It's the second heat of the men's C-grade coxless pair. Just getting that great vision from the BRO launch in the middle of the competition lake. You can just see that North Shore Rowing Club crew in lane 5 in the middle of the screen, if you're joining us on the Bont Rowing live stream.
Yeah, fantastic vision there on the Bont Rowing live stream. It's really good to see this. I was talking to Stuart just earlier about this, and it really gives a good implication, or good representation, sorry, of just what the athletes are going through, and it's a very cruel angle in terms of looking at technical flaws and maybe anything that might be inefficient. It really gives you a good representation of what's going on. But all the crews there look like they're doing a very good job of being quite efficient in this very difficult discipline, the coxless pair. Well,
this is looking like a pretty close race here, Pete, and all crews are not willing to give an inch. We're just coming up to the 500 metre mark, so hopefully we'll get a bit of an indication as they come through the halfway point. But looks to me at this stage, and I wouldn't want to write this in concrete at this stage, but it's the North Shore crew in lane 5, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, who are making the best of things, but they're also being challenged by that Newcastle crew in lane 6, Chris Keats and Remy Keats.
Yeah, as well as that lane 3 crew there, Mark Tejan and Kenneth Major. Mark's a great member of our commentary team, and Ken Major, a Penrith Cup winner back in 1998, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
And so,
in fact, all those 3 crews are pretty close.
Yeah, very close. So, it is a top 4 progression, so one crew will miss out. So we will probably be looking at that ANU crew in lane 7, who are just half a length behind that crew in lane 5, I believe.
Yeah, ANU in the hot seat at the moment, Pete. They've got the work to do in this final 500 metres if they're to avoid elimination from this event.
Yep, 100%. And it looks like that Canberra crew is just fighting to stay in front. They're rowing quite well there, Michael, really, that Canberra crew. They're doing a good job of just getting that blade in together, all importantly in the coxless pair, and nice flat oars in the recovery, just ticking along well. So,
well, that's right, Pete. And in many ways, this is another battle of the commentators, because that's Tom Trobe in the bow seat, who was up here in the tower on many an occasion, and a fantastic bloke as well. So they're in the Canberra Rowing Club colours, and they are fighting their fellow Territorians in ANU colours in lane 7. So it's between those 2 crews at the moment as to which crew is going to progress through to the final in race 80.
Yeah, and it looks at this point like Tom's just keeping that lead, maintaining that lead, and a really good view here we've got on this live stream. So very positive to see we're advancing that. And
in fact, I think that
ANU crew's
right, yeah,
coming through. I might have spoken too soon there, Michael. It looks like that ANU crew's just jacked the rate and really taken it to that Canberra crew, and they might just have that lead coming through the 1750 or the 750. My apologies, as we are in 1K racing.
Yeah, that Canberra Rowing Club crew's just dropped its rate of striking, so perhaps some kind of something's happened there. But certainly at the front end of the pack, it's the Newcastle Rowing Club combination of Chris and Remy Keats out in the lead. They're being pushed all the way by this North Shore combination of Luck and Walsh. They're going to take their last couple of strokes in perfect synchronisation, but Newcastle with a bow ball was going to claim the win in the second heat of the men's C-grade Cox's pair. North Shore in second place.
And ANU about to take Glebe as well. ANU, what a push there from
Fantastic,
them.
yeah.
Taking Glebe Rowing Club for third place. Of course, they will both qualify. Unfortunately, Canberra Rowing Club, they're just missing out, even though they did have that lead for the first 750 metres of the race, so they will miss out on the qualification point for the men's C-grade Cox's pair.
Plenty of drama in that one. ANU did really well to come through the entire field and to see off both their Territorian colleagues, Canberra Rowing Club, but also Glebe Rowing Club right at the death there. So a really gutsy row. That's Caleb Lloyd and Samuel Imperial from the Australian National University Boat Club.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And at the conclusion of that race, I will call race 58 the women's C-grade single, but we do have a little bit of time before we have that race underway. So women's C-grade single scull, heat 1. Progression for this is 1, 2, 3 will go through to the final. So on heat 1, we have lane 2, Leichhardt has scratched Judith Oyce. Lane 3 from Leichhardt is still in, Lily Bennett. Lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald. Lane 5 from Mossman, Sarah Hill. Lane 6 from Glebe, Jacqueline Harris. Lane 7 from ANU, Lucy McAlpine. And lane 8 from University of New South Wales, Isabella Niven.
And we're underway in race 58, the first heat of the women's C-grade single scull. We've had the roll call. It looks like a bit of a jump out of the start by lane 6, Jacqueline Harris from Glebe Rowing Club.
Yeah, and it will be a difficult race to call this one. We've got a good selection of scullers here. We'll get a bit of a better picture with all the fantastic camera angles. And as I say that, I think we've got a fly on this camera. But the fantastic camera angles that we've got here on the Bont Rowing live stream. But we'll get a bit of a better picture as they come along. Looks like Glebe Rowing Club might be in the lead there. Jacqueline Harris looked like she had a fantastic start. And it looked like she had the lead from the beginning there. But I might be wrong there. It might be Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald a little bit further down the field.
Yeah, well, I know that Jacqueline Harris, I think, and I'm happy to stand corrected on this, but I think Jacqueline Harris, previous New South Wales Masters representative, as is Sarah Hill from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 5, and Trudy McDonald, I think, in that mix as well for this year's state team. So some pretty good talent on display here in this first heat of the women's C-grade single scull.
Yeah, and the I know the state team qualifications happened at the end of yesterday's racing. I don't know how they went. I wasn't really didn't have my finger on the pulse with that one, Michael. But I do know that they held that earlier, later in the day from the Saturday. But it looks at this point here, Michael, like it'd be Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald in the lead, I think, but just narrowly, I think, over University of New South Wales, Isabel Niven. So it's very tight between those two. Now, I do remind us that we've got a 1, 2, 3 progression rate, and it's pretty
Nothing
much a
in
dead
it.
heat there, isn't it, Michael?
Nothing in it. So Harris from Glebe Rowing Club in third at this stage, and Hill from Mossman in that fourth and final. Oh, sorry, there's only 3. So Sarah Hill, all the work to do for her. Board Director of Rowing New South Wales.
Some absolutely fantastic racing there. So a little bit of a spread field there in the latter part of the race. We have a very, very close first 2. Third place, we've got a boat length between third place either side. And we do have a bit more of a spread than we've seen earlier today, especially with this 1 kilometre racing. Usually over a kilometre we get quite close races. This one is a little bit more spread out, but as we do have a D grade 1 kilometre race, it can be quite unpredictable and anything can happen.
Just as these scullers approach the grandstand in the business end of the park, you can just see Sarah Hill in the Mossman colours lifting her rate of striking, and she's going to have to take the fight all the way to Jacqueline Harris of Glebe Rowing Club if she's going to knock her out of the qualifying positioning, I should say, that all-important third and final qualifying spot. But at this stage, looks to be Niven from the University of New South Wales and McDonald of Lake Macquarie, who have all but cemented their progression through to the final, barring disaster, of course. But all eyes are on that third and final qualifying spot, and it's between Glebe and Mossman Rowing Clubs at this stage.
And Michael, Sarah Hill is really, really raising her rate of striking. I think it might be a little bit too little too late, but she's raising the rate of striking. She is really taking the fight to Glebe's Jacqueline Harris. I don't think she'll quite be able to get there, but she's really having a crack. She knows what's at stake. She knows that it's a top 3 progression.
Well, Harris from Glebe has just looking over her right shoulder and seeing the assault that's coming, and I think she's responded and she's done enough. I think it's going to be University of New South Wales, Lake Macquarie and Glebe Rowing Club who qualify for the final. And yeah, really tight race there for that third and final qualifying spot. Sarah Hill from Mossman Rowing Club having to settle for 4th place. And 5th place is going to go the way of Lily Bennett from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3. Takes her final couple of strokes.
Some great close racing there, Michael. So really good to see, and we'll have to see how we go in the final there at race 81.
And rounding out the field is Lucy McAlpine from the Australian National University in lane 7.
All right, Mike, we now move into Heat 2 of the Women's C grade single scull. In lane 2 from Mossman, we have M. Barrack. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, we have Grace Connery. In lane 4 from Canberra, we have Abby Richards. In lane 5 from ANU, Sarah Connor. In lane 6 from University of New South Wales, we have Samantha Backler. In lane 7 from Leichhardt 2, we have Josephine Egan. And in lane 8 from Drummoyne, we have the great Janine Donovan. And coming through the field now, it will be a little bit hard to call. We've got some good names in this field. We have Grace Connery, the niece of Angela Connery, the person that got both me and Michael into rowing. So some good pedigree there. We have Janine Donovan, who is the mother of both Mitchell and Bronte Blackmore-Cram. Bronte did a very good job coxing the Youth 8 to victory in the Interstate Regatta just recently. Has recently moved down to Melbourne. So she's a great rower there, Janine Donovan, coached by the fantastic Robin McNey. So we'll see how she goes in this race as well.
That's right, Pete. You mentioned Grace Connery a short while ago. She's had a fantastic breakout season this in 2022, 2023, and I know her aunt is very proud of her indeed. Under the tutelage of Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar at Leichhardt Rowing Club and their junior program, which has really emerged in the past season or two as a real breeding ground for Rowing New South Wales. So keep a close eye on her, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes through.
It has, Michael, hasn't it? And it's very good to see those bay clubs just having a fantastic junior program. It is the future of the sport, and without healthy junior programs, you know, the sport wouldn't exist. So it is really, really positive to see young people in the sport, enjoying the sport, just loving the sport of rowing, because that's what keeps the sport alive. So well done to Leichhardt for that. That's a real notch on the belt. And it looks at this point, Michael, like perhaps Canberra Abby Richards.
I think you're right. I think Abby Richards in lane 4 is making the best of things at this stage in the race. About halfway, half down, I should say. 500 metres to go.
And in the shorter races, Michael, it really is anything to play for. Anything can happen. So we'll see as they
Having said that, it pays to get out really quickly. So Abby Richards has done a good job to put herself in a strong position. They come into the final 300 metres now or so. The Australian National University sculler Sarah Connor also in the mix, as is Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales. But don't write off M. Barrack, who is over there in lane 2 from Mossman, another New South Wales Masters state team representative.
There's a 1-2-3 progression as well here, Michael, and it looks, from at least this angle, it looks to be quite close between those top 3. It's a bit hard to tell, but at this point I would say it would probably be Canberra Rowing Club, followed there by University of New South Wales, and perhaps Drummoyne's Janine Donovan, who's in 3rd place. Now we'll get a bit of a better picture as they come through the 750 mark and approach that last 100 metres. We'll get a better picture of what's going on.
I think this is going to be another one of those races, Pete, where we're looking at that 3rd and final qualifying spot as to where the real race is happening. And as you've alluded to, it looks as though Abby Richards of Canberra Rowing Club and Samantha Backler of the University of New South Wales are looking strong at this stage, and they're the ones looking poised to qualify in the first 2 qualifying spots in this second heat of the women's C-grade single scull. It's going to come down to the wire, though, for this 3rd and final qualifying spot. The race is on now between M. Barrett, Grace Connery, and also between Sarah Connor of the Australian National University, but Janine Donovan of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 8, mounting a late assault, and she looks like she's going to be commanding that 3rd and final spot.
Janine rowing very nicely there in the last section of this race. She will command the 3rd and final spot at this point, barring a disaster, I think. She's just looking over there, dropping the rate just a little bit. She's seen what's approaching, and she will come through 3rd and final spot. And a little crab there from 2nd place as well, so hopefully we don't have a boat crash. That's been avoided, luckily. But congratulations to our 3 qualifiers. That's University of New South Wales, Samantha Backler, Abby Richards from Canberra, and Janine Donovan from Drummoyne.
Well, a flurry of buzzers as they all came over the line, and Samantha Backler of the University of New South Wales, she'd done enough to get through, but had a crab about 5 metres, and she floated across the line, but it was pretty tight there in the end.
Very good timing from her.
And a really, really good effort from Janine Donovan to come from behind and seize that final qualifying spot, but Samantha Backler, stroke of good luck, just to float across the line, albeit checked on one side of a boat. So race 60 is now assembling down on the starting blocks. It's the 3rd heat, 3rd and final heat of the women's C-grade single scull, over 1,000 metres. We'll do a quick roll call as the crews are assembling. In lane 2, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Borgert, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, from Lake Macquarie is Kirsten Berry, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 4, from the Australian National University's Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edward Bean. In lane 5, from Nepean Rowing Club is Giovanna Tabernac, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6, from Leichhardt is Maliha Zulfikar, coached by Isaac Shepard and Julia Calanta. In lane 7, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club is Caroline Vernon, coached by Robin Mackney. And finally, in lane 8, representing the Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callaghan.
Thanks, Michael. And they're just lining up now at the 1,000 metre mark. We have talked about the complications of lining up at the 1,000 mark with no boat holders, but they're doing a great job there. They're just tapping up lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5, and it looks like they'll be underway in just a moment.
It's one of the better lines we've seen, and yeah, we're going to have a start any moment now. We're underway, Pete. Race 60.
Yep, race 60. It's lights out and away we go. We have Leichhardt, Danielle Bogut, Lake Macquarie, Kristen Berry, ANU, Holly Kilmartin, Nepean, Giovanna Tabanag, Leichhardt, Mahil Zolfiqua, Drummoyne, Carolyn Vernon, and Penrith, Madison Joins.
That's right, Pete. We're just seeing lane 6, Maliha Zulfika from Leichhardt Rowing Club on the screen at this stage. Oh, sorry, that's Holly Kilmartin of ANU. And Giovanna Tabanag from Nepean now on the screen. So just before this race comes down any further towards the business end of the park, just keep an eye on Daniela Borgert over there in lane 2. She is an extremely accomplished sculler in the Leichhardt Rowing Club colours, and she again looking to qualify for the New South Wales Masters Women's Quad.
Yeah, really doing a commanding job there, Daniela Borgert, isn't she? She's doing a fantastic job of leading this race in lane 2, if I'm not mistaken. But then definitely we look at the challenge being on each extremity of the course. Now, we were talking with Stuart how that does raise issues in terms of being able to see who's racing you and how, and we see athletes looking out a lot, which could add a little bit of instability in their race. But they're approaching the 500 metre mark now with a great view on the Bont Rowing live stream.
The race leaders look to be on the extremities of the course, Pete. Madison Joins in lane 8 from Penrith Rowing Club. She's looking as though she's in the lead at this stage. Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt Rowing Club in second place, and third and final qualifier at this stage is Kirsten Berry from Lake Macquarie. So the rest is all to play for lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7. And again, this is another one of those races where the race is going to be for that third and final qualifying spot.
Yeah, Michael, the top 3 qualifying spots. We have seen a top 4 qualifying spot earlier in the day. The difference there would just be essentially the amount of entries. If there's 2 heats, it will be top 4. If it's top 3, it will be top 3.
Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club, showing everyone how it's done. She is in the ascendancy in the final 250 metres of this race. And we've seen her come up through the ranks over the past couple of seasons, Pete, from the commentary tower, and she's doing a fantastic job under the tutelage of Lindsay Callaghan, one of the locals from the Penrith Rowing Club.
Yeah, Michael, a really great bit of rowing there. She's just commanding that race very technically. Looks like she's doing a good job of just...
A very calm and mature row as well, and she's looking very comfortable indeed, and she's just lifting her rate of striking ever so slightly as she comes into the final 100 metres. Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt Rowing Club over there in lane 2 looks as though she's just keeping Kirsten Berry at bay in lane 3, and she looks poised to take out second place at this stage, and not much of a challenge coming for Kirsten Berry, who looks poised to take third. So it's a win for Penrith Rowing Club. Madison Joins in lane 8.
Penrith Rowing Club have been doing a great job this regatta. Some really good racing, good competition, as Leichhardt's Danielle Bogut will take second place. And Lake Macquarie, Christian Berry. A nice 1, 2, 3 there. A good spread in the field, especially over this 1 kilometre racing. And just missing out on that final position would be lane 4, ANU, Holly Kilmartin.
Drummoyne's Caroline Vernon seizes 5th place. 6th goes to Giovanna Tabanag from Nepean Rowing Club, another local sculler. And to round out this field will be Maliha Zulfika from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 6. And a change in the commentary tower. We've re-welcoming Mark Tejan up onto the airwaves this morning. Good morning, Mark, and congratulations on your race earlier on.
Look, I'm not sure that so much congratulations as almost a row over, so we didn't have to push hard. Because of a scratching, we were all through to the final, so we were just racing for lane positions, really. And I don't mind being on an outside lane. You can sneak up then if you do well, that
Well,
is.
that's right. A row over's not too bad every once in a while. So race 61 on the course now, Mark. It's the first heat of the men's D-grade double scull. And so this crew is contested, this race, I should say, is contested by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crews, and a scratching from a UTS Haberfield in lane 4. So just a quick roll call as the crews approach the 500 metre mark. In lane 1, representing Endeavour Rowing Club, Alex Bruton and Christopher Bonamini, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 2, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Massimo Fitzsimon and William Spuige, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Calanta. In lane 3, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, is Matthew Rimbo and Benjamin Founts, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 5, from Black Mountain Rowing Club, is Harry Bodman and Alastair Bridgewater. In lane 6, representing the Australian National University, Stuart John and Tim Artelaris, coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. In lane 7, from the Endeavour Rowing Club, Owen Redhead and David Percival, coached by Peter Bond. And finally, in lane 8, representing St George, Christopher Jones and Cromwell Olivier, coached by Bruce Williams and Mark Featherstone.
And this is 3 heats, so it's the first 3 through to the final.
Yep, so it's a 1, 2, 3 progression, as was the case for the single sculls not so long ago. And at this stage, I think it's the St George crew, Christopher Jones and Cromwell Olivier, in lane 8, who are looking as though they're making the best of things.
Black Mountain look like they're there as well. I think the race is going to be on to see who the 3rd qualifier is.
Yeah, that's right. And so Black Mountain in those distinctive red colours, that's Harry Bodman and Alastair Bridgewater in lane 5. They're in the centre of the course, and they're looking as though they're mounting a push to knock Christopher Jones and Cromwell Olivier from the top spot. But yeah, as you say, Mark, that 3rd and final qualifying spot up for grabs. I think it's between ANU, Stuart John and Tim Artelaris, and Drummoyne Rowing Club, Matthew Rimbo and Benjamin Founts. But also, don't write off Alex Bruton and Christopher Bonamini from Endeavour in lane 1. And they're just pushing up as well. Stuart John, of course, one of our co-commentators, and he's putting in some hard yakka effort to try and seize that final qualifying spot. But I think St George has weathered that late challenge from Black Mountain. They look poised now to take out this first heat of the men's D-grade double scull. So it's going to be a win for St George Rowing Club in the final couple of strokes. Black Mountain has taken its rate down. That's Harry Bodman and Alastair Bridgewater. They claim 2nd. And the Australian National University, Stuart John and Tim Artelaris, to claim the 3rd and final qualifying spot. And a really good effort from that boat. 4th. Or I should say Drummoyne Rowing Club having to settle for 4th place. 5th place goes the way of Leichhardt Rowing Club.
Endeavour, I think.
Endeavour, I should say. 6th to Leichhardt Rowing Club.
And that was a great illustration of the real mix we get with grade racing. The St George crew looked to be more senior rowers, and the 2nd placed crew looked to be juniors. So it's great, the Trickett, it gives everybody a go.
That's right, and all bets are off as to who's actually going to be on top at
Well,
as
an older person, you know, sometimes you go out there and you look across, as we did this morning, and there's some great big hulking young bloke, and you think, oh, I don't know about this, but it's all about skill.
Oh, well, Mark, you and I raced plenty of occasions down in the Iron Cove River of Iron Cove Bay a couple of years ago in the club regattas, and that's...
Oh,
and that's,
really?
yeah,
I didn't know you then, yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, so this is the heat 2 of the men's D-grade double scull. Over in lane 1 from Canberra, we have Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite. In lane 2 from St George, Matthew Giller and Rory Cole. In lane 3 from Endeavour, Jared Corin and Matthew Patton. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Nathaniel Lawson and Jack Park. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Jasper Richards and Jeremy Cooper. In lane 6 from Shoalhaven, Chris Turner and Joseph Basher. In lane 7 from Glebe, Ariel Palank. I think these guys might be scratched, actually, the Glebe crew. Yes, they are. And in lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Fraser Wilson and Scott Purvis. We saw Scott Purvis win something yesterday. I think it was single scull.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be right.
And I know Chris Turner was racing, so this is D, he was just racing the C grade double as well. So everybody packing in as many races as they can. We all love to get out there.
Of course, triple points on offer for the Edward Trickett Regatta.
Exactly.
The race is tightening up as we come into the business end of the season for the premiership point score.
And as they come through to the 500 metre mark, over on the far side, the Canberra crew of Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite look to be in the lead. It's going to be a real battle to see who the qualifiers are here. There's not much between them. The Canberra boys look to have about a length ahead. Then the rest of them were all fairly tightly bunched up. And from our view up here in the tower, it looks like a relatively straight line as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats come down the course. And first 3 through, so it's there should be some hard racing here towards the final stages. They're about probably 350 metres out at the moment. None of them have started their push yet that I can see, except this crew over closest to us, Fraser Wilson and Scott Purvis from the University of New South Wales. Whoops, they were pushing, but it looked like they just caught a little crab there, but they've recovered well. Out in the middle there, we can see the Drummoyne crew of Nathaniel Lawson and Jack Park taking a healthy lead and hanging in there with the Canberra crew on the far side of Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite. So the race is on to see who the third qualifier is going to be. The St George crew of Matthew Giller and Rory Cole have just upped their rating as they've come into the last 250 metres. And again, I think it's going to be against Scott Purvis and Fraser Wilson, although the Leichhardt crew out there in the middle, Jasper Richards and Jeremy Krupa, are giving it everything they've got as well.
Not much doubt about the race leaders, Mark. It is Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite in lane 1 in the colours of the Canberra Rowing Club. And they take out this second heat, the men's D-grade double scull. Second place goes the way of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 4. Nathaniel Lawson and Jack Park. Third is going to be pretty tight, but I think St George are going to hang on Matthew Giller and Rory Cole. Fourth place now to UNSW. Fifth place goes to Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 5. Sixth place goes to Shoalhaven, Chris Turnover and Joseph Basher. And still to come, Endeavour Rowing Clubs, Jared Corrin, and Matthew Patton.
So race 63, the third heat of the men's D-grade double scull has just started. Over in lane 2 from Drummoyne, we have Nicholas Brown and Alistair Simmons. In lane 3 from Endeavour, Peter Bowman and Tim Blomfield. In lane 4 from St George, James Ridzis and Robert Olivier. In lane 5 from Shoalhaven, Andre Medinas and Oliver Radich. In lane 6 from St George, Ayrton Grangeromas and Glenn Tudor. In lane 7 from Glebe, Hadley Anderson and Callum Steele. And in lane 8 from Canberra, Nicholas Scopel and Damien Rand. So as I've come through the 500 metre mark, it does look like over on the far side there we have the Canberra crew, the Drummoyne crew of Nicholas Brown and Alistair Simons. And then it's really hard to pick. We have 4 crews on this side, pretty much in a straight line, but it does seem to be the St George crew of Ayrton Granger Ramos and Glenn Tudor out in the middle. And they have Hadley Anderson and Callum Steele from Glebe hanging off, pushing hard as well. Actually, it was the other St George crew that's in the lead over in lane 4, James Ridzis and Robert Olivier, who seem to have a lead. It's going to be a real battle to see who the qualifier is going to be. We have 4 crews there. So the Drummoyne, the 2 St George and the Glebe crew, pushing hard to make sure they get into the final.
Well, that's right, Mark, and someone's going to miss out. That's 4 crews in relatively close quarters, and I think it's that St George crew just by a very small margin, i.e. to Grania Ramos and Glenn Tudor, who are just a little bit behind.
Well, they've just come into the last 250 metres, and it does look like our Glebe boys are really pushing ahead. So let's see how they go. Over on the far side there, the Drummoyne crew is also looking very smooth, quietly confident, I'd suggest. Then James Ridzis and Robert Olivier from St George just also making sure they stay in front of their compatriots over here in lane 6. And so it's going to be, as they come through to the finish line, it will be the St George crew, Glebe, then Drummoyne. So that was the St George crew of James Ridzis and Robert Olivier, followed by Hadley Anderson, Callum Steele from Glebe, and Nicholas Brown and Alistair Simmons from Drummoyne are the 3 qualifiers.
Yep, so we're going to have a photo, I think, for that finish between Glebe and Drummoyne, but it's going to be much of a muchness because each of those 3 crews will qualify. Unfortunately, Ayrton Grania Ramos and Glenn Tudor narrowly missing out on progression through to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have race 64 on the course, which is the women's D grade quad scull. There are 2 heats in this, so it'll be the first 4 through to the final. Over on the far side in lane 2, we have from Canberra, Delia Baziger, Anne Raimondo, Caitlin Morgan and Gabby Pidcock. In lane 3 from St George, Beth Jacobs, Abby Featherston, Ellen Featherston, Lily Featherston, and they're coached by Mark Featherston, so it looks like Beth Jacobs is the odd one out there. In lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Isabel Niven, Caitlin Mulquinny, Lily Sinogles, Samantha Backler. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Rebecca Giles, Charlotte Huntley and Izzy Hooton. And in lane 6 from Shellharbour City, Sandra Brigden, Lyndall Cassidy, Georgina Graham, Courtney Williams. And in lane 7 from Glebe, Sarah Jones, Elizabeth Dorian, Gemma Bassett and Julia Vichkovskaya. And as they come into the probably about 300 metres out, it does look to be the Drummoyne crew, which is in the lead. The Glebe crew are right in there. And over on the far side, we have the Canberra crew pushing hard for that 3rd position with the University of New South Wales out in the middle. It's going to be a real battle to see who takes that 3rd qualifier. Can Glebe hold them off? Come on, Glebe.
I think you're right there, Mark. It's going to be very close indeed. Drummoyne Rowing Club in the lead at this stage. Canberra Rowing Club doing a really good job and putting some pressure on Drummoyne Rowing Club. But St George, very much a University of New South Wales, I should say, in the mix still. Glebe Rowing Club still pushing up on Drummoyne as well. So it's going to be really tight. There are 4 qualifying spots. Someone's going to miss out here. Lane 2, Canberra Rowing Club, they're looking good, and I think they've actually snatched the lead off of Drummoyne Rowing Club in the final couple of strokes, and I think they're going to take out this first heat of the women's D-grade quad scull. It's a win for Canberra Rowing Club. 2nd goes to Drummoyne. 3rd place now goes to the UNSW crew. 4th place to Glebe Rowing Club. 5th place goes the way of Shellharbour City in lane 6, and finally St George Rowing Club in lane 3.
Yeah, so the first 4 qualifiers, I was worried about, I was thinking the previous race of the first 3 qualifiers. So Glebe is through, that's good. No bias here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Lizzie Chapman back to the commentary, and we have race 65 underway, which is the second second heat of the women's D grade quad scull. Over in lane 2 from Glebe, we have Elizabeth Carroll Shaw, Isabella Bain, Brianna Wade, and Ella Barnard. In lane 3 from Penrith, Elizabeth Drayton, Laura Walton, Zoe Wisner, Alana Parker. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Bianca Riley, Freya Walnut Van Dyke, Ashley Lister and Lily Smith. In lane 5 from ANU, Caitlin Grant, Erin Chadbin, Lucy McAlpine, Cindy Wang. In lane 6 from St George, Charlotte Olivier, Leilani Turpin, Tessa Jones, Ava Markran. And in lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth, Annabelle Singh and Ashley Potter. And as they've come, they're probably about 400 metres out, and it does look to be the Drummoyne crew which has a handy lead over the Glebe crew over on the far side. And then on this side, closest to the grandstand, the University of New South Wales crew. And then the real battle is going to be for that 4th qualifying position. But it does seem to me that the ANU crew is pulling through and pulling ahead of the Penrith crew over on the far side there. Could be any of them at this stage. So the lead crew is just coming into the last 250 metres. That's the Drummoyne crew.
Phew, they're beating Glebe. That's good, because I'm barracking for Drummoyne if we're going to be biased.
Well, also the University of New South Wales crew, we have Ashley Potter in it, who's a former Glebe rower as well, coached by Milan Parker.
And I must say, University of New South Wales, first of all, top marks for the spirit into which they've engaged in this regatta, and secondly, 100% top marks for the number of races they are all doing. So this crew, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth, Annabelle Singh and Ashley Potter, striding along here. But it's Drummoyne's Bianca Riley, Freya Warner Van Dyke, Ashley Lister and Lily Smith, coached by squad coach Sarah Ellis, who'll take the win and progress through to the final in first position. Second will be Glebe. Third will be University of New South Wales, and they'll be joined in the final, by the looks of things, by the crew from ANU.
And followed across the line by the St George crew, then Penrith.
So St George and Penrith, both very active in school age rowing, and really great to see St George setting up a program with the local Catholic schools there. It's given them a real boost in the junior ranks, and fantastic to see the crews out there racing hard, learning their craft. So the end result then of those 2 heats of the women's D grade quad scull is that the final will consist of, from Heat 1, Canberra Rowing Club, Drummoyne Rowing Club, University of New South Wales and Glebe, and from Heat 2, a second Drummoyne Rowing Club crew, a second Glebe crew, a second University of New South Wales crew and a crew from ANU. The winning time of the first heat was 3 minutes 51, and the winning time in that heat just finished was 3 minutes 51. So it looks like we're on for a really good, cracking final. Race number 76, which will be at 20 to 2 this afternoon.
Exciting stuff. So there'll just be a bit of a break now until we wait for the 2,000 metre para mixed PR3 Coxed 4. And that means the starter has to go down to the 2,000 metre mark and get them all sorted.
So whilst we've got a break, a couple of things. The first, as always, is if you could take a look around the trailer and boat park and bring back any bow numbers that have been finished with, we'd be really grateful, because they are alphanumeric and we use them throughout the regatta. We just keep recycling them, going back to A and through to Z, and on we go again. So if you can return any used bow numbers to the finish tower, we'd be most grateful. A reminder as we move now into the finals that the presentations of medals and trophies are going to take place on the presentation pontoon immediately after the race. So once you finish your race, if you're able to, just spin around, and if you are first, second or third, come into the pontoon. We can present you with your medals right there and then. And the other thing is that obviously we've got this wonderful live stream going on that you can see on the big screen if you're in the grandstand or around the boat park, or you can watch on your smartphone. And that is sponsored by Bont Rowing. So we're most grateful, and big thank yous to Bont Rowing for partnering with us on that live stream. Bont do have a stall here today. It's to the side of the grandstand on the hill. And at the stall, you can not only have a look at the special rowing shoes that Bont make, but you can also have a look at the RP3, which is a rowing machine, or ergometer as they are known, originally crafted by Row Perfect. It is very different to the concept that you might use in the gym or at your rowing club, because it has a dynamic head, which means it moves and feels much like a boat does. So if you'd like a demonstration or want to go and have a paddle and see what it feels like, please do go up to the Bont stall at the top of the hill and have a chat with them there, with Kathleen and Istvan there. And Bont are also sponsors of the Point Score trophy, which will be awarded at the end of the regatta. And this regatta, you earn triple points for placings. And is this updated? So as at March the 29th, the third position was being held down by University of New South Wales with 726 points. Leichhardt were in second place with 778 points, and UTS Haberfield were leading with 1,007 points. All three of those clubs, massive representation at this regatta as they do battle, but I must say there are other clubs like Glebe and Drummoyne who are doing very well indeed too. So
yeah, I think at last look Glebe was sitting on 5th, and
ooh,
the points aren't
good.
finalised until after the Masters races, because we get points for Masters rowing as well.
Of course, and then it's presented at the presentation dinner later in the season, isn't it?
And
Yes.
I believe the Bont is sponsoring about $4,000 worth of prizes for the points winner this year.
Wow.
Yeah. So I believe
Everything
it's
to
Bont
go for
product.
then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic stuff.
That is fantastic. Thank you, Bont. What an amazing partnership with the rowing community. So underway now is our first final of the day, I think it might be, and it's in para rowing. We have two crews racing. We have a men's para pair, which is Stuart John and Samuel Imperial from ANU, coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. They're racing in lane 2. And we have a mixed PR3 Coxed 4 of Fiona Jackson, Bronte Marshall, Sam Shalhoub and James Hunt of Community Rowing. Anne Craig is coxing them. She's also one of the crew coaches, along with Liam James and Barbara Ramjan.
And Stuart John was commentating this morning with his golden tonsils, and has only really just completed the D double and qualified. So a great effort there by Stuart. And if you're watching the screen, we can see the pair there of Stuart John and Samuel Imperial, looking pretty clean, holding their own against the 4. They're slightly ahead, but they've just gone through the 500 metre mark, so it's still a long way to go. This is 2,000 metre race.
And in the crew, in the mixed PR3-4, we have 2 of the crew who won the gold medal at the New South Wales State Championships, and 2 of them who raced at the National Championships. In particular, Bronte Marshall, who's in the 2 seat, who's going to be representing Australia yet again at the Virtus Global Games in a couple of months' time. She'll be off to France, to Vichy in France, with Julia Story. Also from New South Wales, Mac Russell from Queensland and Aaron Skinner from Victoria, to represent Australia at the Virtus Global Games in various combinations. So Bronte sitting in the 2 seat, and then James was in the stroke seat at the State Championships. They took gold along with Kevin Wall, who's I don't think racing here today, and Lauren Webber. And Sam competed at the National Championships with Bronte and James. So they've had some experience. It's a shame they haven't got any competition at this regatta.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, though, because with being all para rowers, yes, but also mixed with it as well in a 4.
Yes.
I mean, rowing a mixed 4 is not easy.
No, and then coxed 4 as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So good on them.
I think the reason for that is simply that we're still really in the infancy of para rowing, especially over 2,000 metres. It changed to 2,000 metres for the elite level after the Rio Olympics. And now the Paralympic distance is 2,000 metres. And World Championships and World Cups para rowing is raced over 2,000 metres as well. But you're absolutely right, it's a long way. So our national best time is like 6 minutes 58, I think.
Wow.
Which is pretty fast. And we achieved that here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at trials, when we had probably 10 really exceptional, quite elite athletes. But it really ebbs and flows para rowing for various different reasons. But certainly Bronte Marshall in particular has been a stalwart of para rowing for a really long period of time now, and she's a fierce competitor. Started doing her rowing at school level and has continued right through to today. She was a talented swimmer as well, I believe.
So as they came through the 2,000 metre mark, the pair of Stuart John and Samuel Imperial maintained about a length's lead over the Cox 4 that's following. So they're coming up to the last 500 metres. It's interesting that we have a pair and a Coxed 4 pretty much going neck and neck, Lizzie. It does seem to be the pair is still holding their lead. Just as the camera swings around, we'll get a better idea of by how much, but I think it's only about a length or two. Must be very hard in a lot of these races as well, that you don't really have anyone to pace you much.
Yes, yes. But I think a men's pair against a mixed Coxed 4 is not too bad a comparison.
Yeah,
and certainly they look like they're having a good row in that pair. Stuart, he's gone from strength to strength this season, hasn't he? And the community rowing 4 as well. actually does not look like Bronte in the two-seat. Looks like it's Lauren Webber. Yeah, looks as though a substitution has been made. Just getting an update from back here in the control tower, and that's Lauren Webber in the two-seat. Also started rowing at school. And one of the, I suppose you would call her a founding member of the Community Rowing Club, which is one of our most recent rowing clubs, based on the Lane Cove River. And led by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Dan Craig. Oh, we saw Sam yesterday in the single, and here he is. Looks as though he's in the stroke seat today of that 4.
And they've just taken it up a couple of points as they come into the last 250 metres there.
Actually having a cracking race, aren't they? The pair and the 4.
And Stuart and Sam over on the far side have just taken on the challenge. Perfect conditions. And I think the pair is going to hold them off. They might have just extended their lead by about half a boat length as they come up to the finish line. So that will be the pair of Stuart John and Sam Imperial from ANU. And they have beaten the mixed Coxed 4, Fiona Jackson, Bronte Marshall. Oh, we decided it was someone else, didn't we?
Yes, it's actually
Sam Shalhoub
Fiona
and James
in the bow
Hunt.
seat, exactly. Lauren Webber in the 2-seat. Sam Shalhoub is in the 3-seat, and I presume that's James Hunt in the stroke seat. And Anne Craig coxing. So I am pretty sure we would say both of those crews, if they'd like to come to the presentation dais, will do our first medal presentation of the day, and congratulations to ANU in the Paramen's coxless pair and Community Rowing Club in the mixed PR3 coxed 4. Our next race will be at 11:50, and it will be the final of the men's C grade quad scull. Race number 67 on our programme, where the contestants are Black Mountain, Canberra 3, ANU, Canberra 2, UTS, 2 crews from the University of New South Wales and Nepean.
And the qualifier, certainly the first heat, was very close. So going to be some exciting racing watching this one.
Excellent. And then that race will be followed at 12:02 by the women's C grade 8. So plenty of time in between races if you want to head up to the top of the hill and have a chat with the guys from Bont Rowing and have a look at that RP3 dynamic rowing machine. Obviously, also the lakeside kiosk at the top of the grandstand should you want coffee or an early lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we will present medals now for the contestants in our para rowing final. In the PR3 mixed Coxed 4, the win went to Community Rowing Club. Sam Shalhoub, James Hunt, Fiona Jackson, Lauren Webber, and their cox Anne Craig. The crew was coached by Anne Craig, Liam James, and Barbara Ramjan. And in our men's coxless pair, the winners were ANU, Stuart John, and Samuel Imperial. The crew was coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the para coxed 4 and coxless pair.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have rate 67 just lining up at the start line down there. It's going to be a very exciting final of the men's C-grade quad scull. It was hotly contested in the heats this morning, so we expect some very exciting racing. In lane 1, from Black Mountain, we have Harry Bodman, Alistair Bridgewater, Ben Rickard and Matthew Rickard. In lane 2, from Canberra, Garvin Hayes, Riley Elliott, Harrison Braithwaite and Jaden Peters. In lane 3, from ANU, Ishan Shalika, Jonathan Adams, Clem Soutzman and Max Reardon. In lane 4, from Canberra, Jackson Boyd, Austin Benny, Angus Scott, Alex Tomanovitz. In lane 5 from UTS, Zink Bosco, Matthew Robertson, Benjamin Geist and Mitch Blackmore. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge, Jago Lambert, Daniel Morris and Harry O'Donnell. In lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns, Flynn Wilkinson, Scott Purvis and Frederick Learoyd. And in lane 8 from Nepean, Oscar Parsons, Angus George, Luca Bazzina and Hugh Harold. And it does look like the starter has a line nearly. So just tweaking the start line there. The boys look like they are ready to go. And are off. So all crews look like they had a fairly good start there. The Nepean crew closest to the screen certainly looked like they got ahead. We won't probably be able to give you much of an update until they come through the 1,000 metre mark. So all of them look to be rating fairly high. And it's a fairly even line right across the field. I think it's too close to call any of them at this stage. So coming through the 1,000 metre mark, it did look to be the Canberra crew of Jackson Boyd, Austin Benny, Angus Scott and Alex Tomanovitz. It had about half a length over the rest of the field, which are all pretty much in a straight line. So a little bit of distance being gained now between, but it is the, does look like the Canberra crew and the UTS crew alongside the University of New South Wales crew on this side are going to be potentially the 3 place getters, but don't discount the Nepean crew over on this side closest to the grandstand. Canberra crew fighting hard to hold UTS at bay. Uni New South Wales hanging in there just into the last 250 metres. They've all upped their rating. Canberra pushing hard to hold their lead. UTS giving it everything they've got to try and get their bow ball in front. And it does look like they're starting to pull through. Very exciting finish here. It looks like it could almost be a photo, but oh yes, a photo right on the line due to a surge in the stroke. I would say the Cranberra crew just held them maybe by a bow ball, very hard to say. So that was the Canberra crew, followed by UTS and the University of New South Wales crew of Partridge, Lambert, Morrison, O'Donnell. They were followed across the line by the other Canberra crew, then Nepean, Black Mountain, ANU, and the University of New South Wales. So the unofficial the unofficial results are the Canberra just held off UTS by 0.35 of a second. The winning time 3:11.96. The margin there of 0.35, then the following margin 1.88, then a slight gap back to the rest of the field of 3.52, and they were all bunched together. So we've just had the official results come through where the second placed crew of UTS 0.03 of a second. In many sports they would call that a draw, I think. It was interesting
Amazing.
because Canberra were really pushing hard to try and hold them off, but the surge of the final stroke of the UTS crew just got them up there. Some great racing as we expected.
Certainly is. Our next race is due to take place at 12:02, and that is the final of the women's C Grade 8. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's C grade quad scull. In third place and bronze medalists, University of New South Wales. Zach Partridge, Jago Lambert, Daniel Morris and Harry O'Donnell. The crew is coached by Cameron Butler. In second place and silver medalists, UTS. The UTS Haberfield crew is Zink Bosco, Matthew Robertson, Benjamin Geist and Mitch Blackmore-Cram. The crew is coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. Gold medalists and grade champions for 2023, Canberra Rowing Club. Jackson Boyd, Austin Benny, Angus Scott and Alex Tomanovitz. The crew is coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwakowski. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's C grade quad scull. So another couple of minutes until the start of our next race, which is the women's C grade 8. In lane 3, we'll have a crew from the University of New South Wales: Charlotte Stanwicks, Ashley Potter, Caitlin Mulqueeny, Lily Sinogles, Lisa Matthews, Anna Ristick, Elizabeth Raffin and Isabella Niven. Their cox is Emma Vay Cox and they are coached by Chris Burns. In lane 5, a crew from Des Moines: Rebecca Giles, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Charlotte Huntley, Izzy Hooton, Lily Smith, Bianca Riley, Ashley Lister and Freya Warner Van Dyke. They are coxed by Gabby Angus and coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Judith Ice, Shannon Woods, Kathy Usich, Belinda Brigham, Jane Hutchison, Meliha Zulfikar, Rhiannon Sandow and Jennifer Zonga. Their cox is Sebastian Kladnik and they are coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 7, Glebe Rowing Club, the crew of Gemma Bassett, Louisa Zaininger, Sarah Jones, Isabella Bain, Elizabeth Dorian, Julia Vichkovskaya, Brianna Wade and Ella Barnard, coxed by Kelly Clifton. So 2 of these crews are actually D-grade crews, the first being the University of New South Wales crew in lane 3 and the second being the Glebe Rowing Club crew in lane 7.
So the women's C grade 8 is well underway, and they do look to be fairly evenly placed across the field. So it's going to be a very exciting finish if they can keep this up. I would hazard a guess that we might have the Drummoyne and Leichhardt crews slightly in the lead. Glebe has just had a steering issue there, which will unfortunately slow them down slightly, but they've straightened up now. Can they pull it back? So still very even across the field. The crew over on the far side from the University of New South Wales is pushing hard. So it does look to be fairly even as they came through the 1,000-metre mark there. It was the Drummoyne crew had a slight lead over the rest of the field, which went through pretty much in a straight line. Will Drummoyne be able to hold their lead as they come up into, they're about 400 metres out now. Drummoyne still holding their lead. So it's going to be a real battle here for the minor place getters. Glebe coming back strong, closest to the grandstand. And again, having a slight steering issue there, but hopefully they won't let that slow them down. So the Leichhardt crew pushing hard to hold off Glebe. Glebe doing a little bit of a tour down that lane that they're in.
And then the battle for first place, University of New South Wales in lane number 3, starting to catch up on Drummoyne. Drummoyne into the red boys now. They've got half a boat length ahead of University of New South Wales. And then Glebe and Leichhardt are pushing each other for the 3rd place and the bronze medal. Have Drummoyne got enough left in the tank? They're getting caught very quickly by the University of New South Wales. Just starting to put a little bit of a push in now. They've now got half a boat length with about 50 metres to go. They'll have enough left in them. University of New South Wales are coming in second. The battle for 3rd, there's nothing in it between Glebe and Leichhardt. It's Glebe pulling ahead. Glebe will get the bronze. It's a bronze for Glebe ahead of Leichhardt in 3rd place. What a fantastic battle for 3rd there. Glebe just getting in over the top of Leichhardt by not very much at all. So a win there for Drummoyne, 2nd to the University of New South Wales, and 3rd place to Glebe in the women's C8s.
So Glebe will be very excited about that. Well, there's some very happy crews out there, people standing up in boats. Our Glebe crew call themselves the Baby Masters because they're all just, I think pretty much that whole crew is just masters, but A grade. It may well be, yes. We're just talking that Kelly Clifton coxed, unfortunately a few steering issues, but they still managed. And not discounting, of course, the Drummoyne crew who had a nice, comfortable win there. They got out in front at the beginning and managed to hold their lead. So the winning time there, 3 minutes 35.35, a margin of 2.75, then 1.78 and 0.54, which from up here looked to be half a canvas.
Absolutely nothing in it there, and fantastic 4.8s coming across within a few seconds of each other. Exciting stuff. The big boat energy here at the 2023 Edward Trickett Regatta. Lining up for the start of race number 69, it's the women's D single sculls. In lane 1, Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club. Lane 2, Annabelle Singh, coached by Chris Burns from University of New South Wales. In lane 3 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Asher Olsen, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. In lane 4 from Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall. Lane 5 from Glebe and Skilton. Lane 6 from Drummoyne, Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextall. In lane 7 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Charlotte Holford, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. Lane 8 from Glebe, Cecile Ferrum, coached by Kenneth Major. And lane 9 from Mossman, Jem Lambert.
So very excited to see 3 Glebe rowers in this final. Des Moines will also be very excited. So it's really Glebe, Des Moines and University of New South Wales, with ANU having come all the way from Canberra to battle this out. So the race is underway, but early to call it at any stage yet. So the crowd's cheering as the medal winners for the women's D grade 8 or C grade 8 come in. But we really have our eyes out on the course here with the women's D single. And it does look like Anne Skilton from Glebe is, she won her heat. Very excited simply to win a heat. So be very excited if she can place in this race. Lizzie Chapman has just suggested we might have a late surge to try and get the points up for Glebe, but it's really all about enthusiasm within the club.
Plenty of enthusiasm going around there. You could hear the cheers from the grandstand as they're coming out towards the finish. There's some fantastic support coming from all the clubs around.
So as they've come through the 1,000 metre mark there, it did look like Asher Olsen from Newcastle had a fairly comfortable lead.
Yeah, Asher Olsen in the heats, Mark, really good start, and it was only at the line that she ended up getting pipped, but she was well and truly qualified for the final. So I think that certainly if she can maintain that speed through the rest of the race, obviously it's very easy with a 1,000 metre race to try and absolutely floor it right at the start, and then you've got no drinks tickets left at the end of the race when everyone else is starting to give you a bit of a push. But certainly Asher Olsen from Newcastle Rowing Club leading Anne Skilton from Glebe, and then back a little bit further we've got Julia Story and Charlotte Holford from Des Moines and Newcastle respectively battling it out. Bronte Marshall from Community also in the mix there, and then back a little bit further to Cecile Fair from Glebe, Jem Lambert from Mossman, Annabelle Singh from University of New South Wales, and Belindy Rowe from Glebe as well. Sort of that nice little arrow formation headed by lane number 3, Newcastle's Asher Olsen.
It's going to be a very tight finish though, with Anne Skilton out in Glebe, Charlotte Holford and Cecile Fair. Charlotte Holford and Julia Story, is it?
Julia Story still going out for the bronze, and again, Community's Bronte Marshall really giving it a push, and you can really hear some of the cheers coming through now from the crowd.
Just caught a bit of a crab there, but she's recovered well. Will she be able to hold her place?
Well, at the moment, it's a Newcastle 1 and 2, so can the team from the Hunter manage to make it a gold and silver in the women's D single sculls? We've got Asher Olsen from Newcastle Rowing Club out in front, then throw a blanket over about 5 different rowers in the battle for second and third. We've got University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh, Bronte Marshall from Community, Anne Skilton from Glebe, Julia Story from Des Moines, Charlotte Holford from Newcastle. Asher Olsen out in the front. She's going to go through with a few big strokes to go. We've got Charlotte Holford from Newcastle moving up into second place. Julia Story putting in a big push, but it will be Charlotte Holford to take second, Julia Story in third place. It is a 1 and 2 for Newcastle. 1 and 2 for Newcastle's, third to Drummoyne Rowing Club. Then coming through in fourth place, we'll just wait on the final confirmation of that. We've got Asher Olsen up there a couple of times, but a really tight finish there. Back a little bit further, we had Annabelle Singh from University of New South Wales and Skilton from Glebe, Communities Bronte Marshall, and then back again to Belindy Rowe from Glebe, Cecile Fair from Glebe, and Jem Lambert from Mossman. So again, some exciting racing going on today.
Currently, the results are showing a photo for second, third, fourth, and fifth positions.
And it's not far off. It's you could have thrown a blanket over absolutely everyone there. There's some very tired bodies out there at the finish line. As we head now to the presentation of medals for the women's C Grade 8s. Medals were presented by Diane Feckerty, Board Member, Rowing New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalists representing Glebe Rowing Club, Gemma Bassett, Louisa Zangina, Sarah Jones, Isabella Bain, Elizabeth Dorian, Julia Vichkoviskia, Brianna Wade, Ella Barnard, and their cox, Kelly Clifton.
And medals being handed by Morgan Clifton, who is Kelly's father. It's a very proud dad down there.
In second place and silver medalists, the University of New South Wales. Crew of Charlotte Stanwicks, Ashley Potter, Caitlin Malqueenie, Lily Senogles, Lisa Matthews, Anna Ristich, Elizabeth Raffin, Isabella Niven, and their coxswain Emma Vay Cox. Their coach Chris Burns. And our winners and champions for 2023, Drummoyne Rowing Club. The winning crew, Rebecca Giles, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Charlotte Huntley, Izzy Hooton, Lily Smith, Bianca Riley, Ashley Lister, Freya Warner-Van Dyke, their cox, Gabby Angus. Coached by Sarah Ellis. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
The official results for the race 69, the women's D single, have come through. It was Asher Olsen from Newcastle, then Charlotte Holford from Newcastle, then Julia Story in third position, fourth Annabelle Singh, fifth Bronte Marshall, sixth Anne Skilton, seventh Belindy Rowe, eighth Cecile Fair, and ninth Jem Lambert from Mossman. The winning time was 4 minutes 24.17, then a margin of 3.03, and here's where the photos came in. The margin then was 0.26. There was 2.28 seconds back to third place, or fourth place, but then a margin of 0.32. So some great racing there.
Some very tight racing there in the women's D-grade single sculls, and we'll get to that medal presentation shortly. Underway now, though, it is race number 70. It's a women's B-grade double sculls. In lane 1 from ANU, Victoria McDonald and Jessica Finnegan. They're coached by Edwin Behan. In lane 2 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3 from UTS, Sarah Berricktree and Paige Critchlow, coached by Katie Healy. Lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. Lane 5 from Shoalhaven, Jessica Richardson and Amy Underwood, coached by David Eddington. Lane 6 from UTS, Grace Burke and Lilla Anderton, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen, coached by Alex Hodges. And lane 8 from ANU, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, and they're coached by Edwin Behan. As we have Michael McRae join us in the commentary box for our last few races before the lunch break. So we've got the women's B-grade double scull, the men's B coxless pair and the men's A-grade coxless pair to come.
Thank you, Stu, and that's right. We've got a couple of races before the lunch break, and we're just seeing the wind pick up a little bit of a head breeze now, and that will cause some headaches, I'm sure, for our double scullers and our sweep oarsmen in the men's B and A-grade pairs in probably 10 or 15 minutes or so, but you can just see the wind starting to swirl around in front of the grandstand and causing some headaches, I'm sure, for our athletes out on the competition lake.
So just as they're going through the 1,000 metre in the women's B-grade double sculls, we did have Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen out in the lead. With the wind picking up, you can just see it making it a little bit tricky for our other rowers as they come up towards the, as they're heading up towards the finish. We're now going to do the presentation of medals for the women's D-grade single sculls. In third place and bronze medalist representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story. She's coached by Kathleen Hextall. In second place and silver medalist representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Charlotte Holford. She's coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. And our winner and champion for 2023 representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Asher Olsen. Coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. Please congratulate our 2023 champion and medalists.
Thank you, Stuart. So the wind, we're just making some observations up here in the tower. The wind has just picked up and it's quite gusty all of a sudden. You can just looking out across the water to see some waves of wind travelling across the water, and it's going to be causing some dramas, I think, for our double scullers. They've got about 500 metres to row. And it was Nicola Greenland and Megan Chen, I think, of the Canberra Rowing Club in lane 7, who were making the best of things at that stage through the 1,000 metres, but you can just see some very laboured strokes on the Bont Rowing live stream.
Yeah, Nikki Lepresti, Sarah Berricree and Paige Critchlow from UTS looking like they're doing quite well as well over there in lane number 3. It does look as though we've got some rowers with, well, some very heavy legs. You think about the number of events that a number of these rowers have been in. I know that Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower have been in just about every single category of race. Sarah's entered into the single, the double, the pair, the 4, the quad and the 8. So there's some very tired legs, and this is exactly what you don't need after racing about 6 or 7 times in 2 days.
Well, that's right. The final couple of races, well, not the final couple, but the final stages of racing for the 2023 Trickett Regatta, and yeah, as you say, Stu, plenty of participation, plenty of repeat competitors that we're seeing in each of these events, and of course no exception here in the women's B grade double scull. But it remains Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen for the moment, being challenged all the way though by that UTS Haberfield combination, Sarah Berricree and Paige Critchlow, and their coach Katie Healy looking on, I'm sure.
So a nice little battle going on for third as well, Michael. We've got Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe, Jessica Richardson and Amy Underwood from Shoalhaven, and Sarah Connor and Liz Blower from ANU. Probably about a couple of boat lengths back from them in 4th at the moment. Some very tired legs, and right now it'd be like rowing through treacle, just trying to get as much boat run as you can.
That's right. Yeah, Amy Underwood, just a quick shout out to her. This is a comeback season for her, and she's done really well in the 2022-23 season. She's a former member of the Victoria Cup in Victoria a couple of years ago, but taken some time off, is now back rowing at the Shoalhaven Rowing Club. So she's performed very well over the course of this season, and it's great to see her out on the regatta course this afternoon for the B grade double scull. But for the moment, up at the top end of this field, it's Canberra Rowing Club, who are still in the lead, and I think it's that Leichhardt Rowing Club crew.
Yeah, Leichhardt's pushing and pushing hard. So Nikki Greenland, Megan Chen from Canberra Rowing Club still got themselves out in front. Leichhardt have got to push. Have they got a sprint left in them? They've only got about 50 metres or so to go, but it will be the crew from Canberra Rowing Club who are going to cross the line. Nikki Greenland in the stroke seat, Megan Chen in the bow. They look out to the right. They've got over a boat length ahead. They'll go through and take the win in the women's B grade double scull, and they are both absolutely cooked. That was a hard row. Second place going to lane 2 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes. We've got a big finish coming up here, but it will be the team from Glebe taking 3rd ahead of ANU in 4th, and then 5th place going to UTS. And then for our other placings, we've got the second UTS crew, Grace Burke and Lilla Anderson coming through in 5th ahead of Shoalhaven in 6th, and then back a little bit further to Victoria McDonald and Jess Finnegan from ANU in 7th place. So a strong row there from Canberra Rowing Club, Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen taking the win in the women's B grade double sculls. And I don't think anyone was cruising, Michael, in that one.
Right, you are, Stu. It's like rowing through honey out there at this stage, I'm sure. So moving right along, but as we wait for the presentation of medals for the women's B grade double scull, race 71 is bearing down upon us, and it is only a couple of boats out on the course. It's the men's B grade coxless pair. So in lane 4, representing UTS Haberfield, Ryan Gibson and Harry Curtin, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. Also in lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Zink Bosco and Nick Mather. And in lane 6, representing the University of New South Wales, Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnson, coached by Cameron Butler. And Stuart's in lane 4, we've got a very experienced crew, Ryan Gibson and Harry Curtin, both extremely experienced oarsmen.
And looking like they're out in front as we just see the, well, we saw the footage from the BRO boat, and you can just see how choppy it is out there. And the second UTS crew in lane number 5, just a boat length ahead of the University of New South Wales crew in lane number 6. So great footage we've got here, and this really gives you a bit of an idea as to how much the wind has picked up a bit. And you can see the little waves coming through, and even a couple of wee little white caps in there as well. So making it a little bit tricky for our rowers. The crew over in lane number 4 certainly sitting nicely out in front, but making it a bit tricky, the conditions now.
That's right, they're just starting to turn a little bit perilous. You can see that UTS crew of Nick Mather and Zink Bosco in the middle. They're just pinballing themselves down that lane, and it's not easy, particularly in a boat such as the Cox's pair. It's a very, very fine art, and balancing the trim of the boat on a knife's edge the whole way down. So spare a thought for the men's B-grade Cox's pair oarsmen out on the course at the moment.
Yeah, and then following this, we've got the men's A-grade coxless pairs as well. So they'll certainly be, well, they're the most conditioned, I guess, to be able to deal with the conditions, most experienced.
That's right, well, plenty of experience in that race. None other than Peter Waldersey, fellow co-commentator, and of course Pat Burke, who's been referred to lately as the man closest we have to Ted Lasso in the entire regatta park. So we look forward to that in a short moment. But the B-grade Cox's pair, about 7:50 to go, Stu. They're still making their way down the course, and yeah, conditions turning against them. But Harry Curtin and Ryan Gibson from UTS Haberfield making the best of things, and they were always going to be the form crew coming into this race. Harry Curtin, Australian representative in the under-21 category last year. Ryan Gibson, former New South Wales representative as well. So plenty of experience and plenty of flair in that boat.
As we cross now for the presentation of medals for the women's B-grade double sculls. Medals will be presented by Sarah Hill, board member, Rowing New South Wales. In third place, and bronze medalists, Glebe Rowing Club, the crew of Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. In second place, and silver medalists, Leichhardt Rowing Club, crew of Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes. And the gold medalists and champions for 2023, Canberra Rowing Club, crew of Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen. They're coached by Alex Hodges. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
Thank you, Stu. And back on the course, the men's B-grade Cox's pair in the dying stages, but particularly so for Ryan Gibson and Harry Curtin, who have led this race from start to finish, and they're looking very comfortable indeed out the front of the pack. A very long and powerful stroke in testing conditions. Ryan Gibson in the strokes in, Harry Curtin, former lightweight Penrith Cup member of the New South Wales boat a couple of years ago. And they're going to take out this B-grade Cox's pair under not much pressure whatsoever. It's a bit of a tighter race for that silver medal position between Zink Bosco and Nick Mather of UTS on the one hand, and Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnson from the University of New South Wales on the other. But in the final 500 metres or so, that UTS boat just pressing out a little bit of a margin ahead of UNSW, and they're going to claim silver. And the University of New South Wales settles for third.
It's confirmation there, win for UTS, Ryan Gibson and Harry Curtin. Second to UTS, Nick Mather and Zink Bosco. With third going to the University of New South Wales, Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnston. And our final race of the morning session is underway. So it's the men's A-grade coxless pairs. Lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. And in lane 5 from UTS, Peter Waldersee and Patrick Burke.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the men's A-grade coxless pair on the course now. As Stuart mentioned just before, it's a two-horse race, so we don't often see many Henley-style duels out here at the International Regatta Centre. But for the moment, it is in lane 4, the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. They're coached by Cameron Butler. And in lane 5, UTS Haberfields, Peter Waldersee and Patrick Burke. And just on the screen now, you're seeing vision of that University of New South Wales boat, and they're just handling the conditions very well indeed. Rate of striking, just nice and controlled. Michael Pickford in the stroke seat. But you can see down on the water, it is very choppy indeed. But UTS Haberfield have opened up a significant margin ahead of the University of New South Wales. And not much pressure being exerted upon them. They look all now but certain to take out the men's A-grade coxless pair. And I suppose, Mark mentioned this just before he left, Stuart, it's just a matter of managing the conditions into the final 500 metres or so down the regatta course.
So if you're out there, Michael, at the moment, and you've got the headwind coming in, I mean, do you shorten your stroke? Do you try and make it a bit longer and a bit more pressure coming through? What's your strategy for this kind of weather?
I think if you can slow things down and have a longer stroke, I think that's preferable, but I suppose you have to offset that against how choppy it actually is, and that's something, a judgment call you can only actually make if you're in the boat. And so Waldersee and Patrick Burke, they're actually just lifting their rate of striking now, a bit of a late challenge and putting on a clinic for the grandstand here. Peter Waldersee in the stroke seat, and he's really, really going for it. He's lifting his rate and forcing Patrick Burke to follow him, and
there's some aggressive catches going on there. It's like a torpedo going off in the water every time they come forwards. It will be a win for Peter Waldersee and Patrick Burke. They're into the last 50 metres or so. And
Peter Waldersee throwing his head back like an ostrich, but they're going to be too good for the University of New South Wales. A win for UTS Haberfield, Peter Waldersee and Paddy Burke, and they are stoked indeed with that performance. And coming into the final couple of strokes and taking us into the lunch break, the University of New South Wales crew, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler, to finalise the men's A-grade coxless pair grade championship of New South Wales race. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's B-grade coxless pair championship grade of New South Wales. Third place and recipients of bronze medals, the University of New South Wales. Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnson. Second place and recipients of silver medals, UTS Haberfield, Nick Mather and Zinc Bosco. In first place, grade champions in 2023, UTS Haberfield, Ryan Gibson and Harry Curtin. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly resume the presentations for the men's A-grade coxless pair, and then we'll move into the lunch break with racing to resume at 1:22 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's A-grade coxless pair. In second place and recipients of silver medals, the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. Their coach, Cameron Butler. In first place and grade champions in 2023, UTS Haberfield, Peter Waldersey and Paddy Burke. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the 2023 A-grade coxless pair. So as I mentioned, we'll now take the lunch break and racing will resume at 1:22 p.m. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great regret that I have to announce that after inspecting the course this afternoon, you might have noticed the wind has gone up and the president of the jury has determined that it would be unsafe for racing to continue this afternoon, and therefore a determination has been made for the remainder of the events this afternoon to be cancelled. So just to repeat, a determination has been made by the president of the jury to cancel the remaining races for the regatta this afternoon, with wind predicted to increase. And we deeply apologise that we won't be able to deliver the remainder of this afternoon's program, but the determination has been made.